Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Persona Shifting Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kakachin came the timid voice of a 5-year-old boy, Izuku Midoriya. He had a messy bush of green hair, a round face decorated with 8 freckles placed evenly on each of his puffy cheeks and wide, viridian eyes. What are you doing? Was a boy, also 5 years old, with wild ashy blonde hair and piercing red eyes and cruel smirk spreading across his features, eyes crinkling in glee. Just putting some reject in his place, Suchum. You want in? Want in? Izuku replied horrified. Yeah. I mean I know your quirk hasn't come in yet but you can still throw a punch, can't you? Kaken asked. Come on. Kaken took Izuku's hand and dragged the boy closer to another boy, one with pink hair and orange eyes. This loser's gross quirk allows him to grow extra fingers. When you get a quirk it'll be better than that so we can both be heroes, Zuchan. Of course, your quirk will never be better than mine. But if you don't put this loser in his place now he'll start looking down on you. So just hit him already. Izuku was now face to face with the boy, well not exactly face to face as the other boy was currently on his knees, tears in his eyes. Please don't hurt me. I won't look down on you. I promise. Izuku looked at the pink-haired boy. His lip was trembling, tear tracks on his pale skin and his voice was shaky when he spoke. This boy was terrified. Of Kaken. Of what Kaken might do to him. Of what Kaken wanted Izuku to do to him. Of what Izuku might do. Of Izuku. This boy was terrified of Izuku. No. This whole thing screamed wrong louder than present mic. Izuku wanted to be someone who saved people with a smile on their face, like All Might did. He didn't want to be the person who'd put them in danger in the first place. That's not what a hero would do. So Izuku began moving his fist. Kaken grinned thinking he was going in for a punch. As the fist came closer to the pink-haired boy's face it opened up. Izuku's arm was outstretched to the boy, a gentle smile on the green-haired boy's face, a reassuring smile, a smile that said, everything is okay because I am here. Uncertain but deciding things couldn't get any worse, the boy gingerly took Izuku's hand and allowed himself to be pulled up. Then he immoderately ran away as fast as his toddler feet would carry him, out of the playground and into the boys' toilets. Izuku was still smiling as he watched the boy escape. He had saved someone. Though that smile disappeared the instant Izuku turned around and came face to face with a seething Katsuki Bakugou. If Kaken's quirk wasn't explosions from his palms Izuku would have sworn there was smoke billowing out of his ears. Would that even be possible? Izuku thought, his quirk is an emitter, and his explosions ignite externally. But is there a possibility he could blow himself up from the inside? That he could self-destruct? Could he explode internally? After all, the nitroglycerin sweat starts on the inside before it leaks through to his glands. Izuku! His mumbling was cut off by a loud voice. Kaken had never called him by his first name anymore. He'd been Hichin for as long as he'd known the boy, just as Bakugou had always been Kaken to him. YSK Kaken? Izuku winced at how weak his own voice came out, but with the way Bakugou was glaring at him, could you blame him for being frightened? What the frick was that? Kaken's eyes narrowed. What was what, Kaken? Izuku tried. Don't play dumb Zuchan. The blonde glared even harder if that was possible. His 2 lackeys in the background levied a glare at Izuku too. Thing 1 was a boy with a pudgy body and face to match. A buzz cut and red wings protruding out of his back. Thing 2 also had brown hair and was slim. I don't know what you're talking about, Kaken, Izuku stuttered. You let him go. You even helped him. You were supposed to finish him off. Kaken growled, but his face softened when he saw how shaken up Izuku seemed. Were you scared, Zuchan? Izuku, not trusting his voice, opted for nodding instead. We'll have to work on that then. Heroes don't get scared, Zuchan, Katsuki said, patting the boy's shoulder before walking off. Normally whenever Katsuki walked off Izuku would follow. That's just how they worked. Katsuki running off and Izuku tailing behind, Thing 1 and Thing 2 in tow. Then they'd march around chanting, "Forward march and here we go," members of the agency Bakugou. But when Bakugou turned his head a little, only his lackeys were behind him. Confused, Bakugou swiveled his whole body around and found Izuku still stuck to the spot, chewing his bottom lip nervously and staring at the ground. "Come on, Zuchan. You coming or what?" Izuku didn't respond. Kaken rolled his eyes and then began walking over to Izuku, who was crying. "Zuchan? Don't be a crybaby." "Heroes don't cry," Kaken chided as if that was supposed to be comfort. The moment Izuku opened his mouth, he immediately regretted it. Heroes don't bully people either. Kaken almost took a step back from shock but remembered that being caught off guard was a weakness and heroes didn't have weaknesses. "Excuse me?" he asked. I said. Izuku moved his head up and looked Katsuki in the eye as he stood, back straightened and more confident. "Heroes don't bully people, Kaken." "He was looking down on me." "No, he wasn't." "Well, he was going to." "Why are you so worried about people looking down on you?" "Because I'm the best. And that's why you have nothing to worry about." They fell into an awkward silence. "You're looking down on me, aren't you?" Kaken sneered. An slipped past Izuku's lips. "You've been looking down on me for a long time. Ever since that day I fell into the pond. I don't need your help, Zuchan. I don't need your help being a hero, so don't tell me what a hero does and doesn't. I don't need your useless help. You're just useless. You don't even have a quirk yet. Hell, you might never even get one, so don't you dare ever look down on me," Bakugou said. What are you talking about, Kaken?" "I'm just saying, that's not what a hero does. A hero saves someone with a smile on their face. A hero doesn't hurt people, that's what villains do." That had been just the wrong thing to say. "You know what I've realized? You've been holding me back all this time. All this nonsense about saving people with a smile when you're quirkless. You've been hanging around me for far too long. I can't be seen with some quirkless loser. I can't be seen with you. Don't follow me around anymore." "Beep, we're friends, Kaken. Friends don't call each other villains." "That's not what I said." "But if you want me to be a villain," Kaken ignored Izuku's words, "then I'll be a villain." He pushed Izuku to the floor onto his, but as his lackeys began cheering. "Kaken?" Izuku asked timidly. "If you want such a hero, why don't you try to save yourself?" Kaken's palms glistened with nitroglycerin. "No," Izuku thought, "Kaken's my friend. He wouldn't. He's just angry, but he would never do that to me. We're best friends. He would never." Right? Boom. Izuku felt his upper body fall backwards as he lay on the ground. Specks of dust dusting the air, the left side of his shirt burned, scorch marks on his arm. And as Izuku faded into unconsciousness, the laughter of Katsuki and his lackeys slowly fading, there was one last thing he heard. A moment he'd never forget in his life. The moment where he realized he was worthless. A scaredy cat. Quirkless and stupid. A reject, a loser. How could he save people with a smile when he couldn't save himself? It was a moment Izuku would always come back to in his times of self-doubt and low self-esteem. He would even come back to this moment in his times of happiness to remind himself that he didn't deserve to be happy when he was a loser. How could he be happy when he was useless? So useless. "Useless Deku," Kaken spat. And then Izuku's world went black. "Aizu." In the dark, Izuku could make out a wavering voice. "Aizu." The voice called out for him again, the darkness slowly beginning to fade. "Doctor, I think he's waking up." "Aizu? Baby." Izuku let out a groan as he felt pain on the side of his chest. All of a sudden he could see a lot clearer but not clear. He could make out a green figure at the edge of the room. When he rubbed his eyes, the split second his eyes were closed for was all it took for Inko to make her way over to him. Opening his eyes, he found that she had zoomed over to him, knocking a chair over and felling a stack of papers in the process, so fast you'd think she had a speed quirk. He let out a small grunt of pain as she collided with him, his shirt immediately drenched in water. You're getting my shirt all wet," he said quietly. She immediately retracted her arms from where they were wrapped around him and sat up on the edge of his, hospital bed. But just what had happened to him? A hospital bed. The possibilities were endless. Maybe he'd gotten in a car crash on his way home from school, though he doesn't remember walking home from school. But if he'd hit his head really hard, a concussion followed by some memory loss wouldn't be out of the question. Or maybe he tripped in the school playground. He was really clumsy after all. Or he'd fallen off of the slide. Maybe he'd been attacked by a villain. But you have scorch marks on your chest. Your clothing was half burned off. Do you remember anything? Any fire-related events? Maybe you know someone with a fire quirk. The doctor who'd walked in asked, cutting of Izuku's mumbling. Izuku scratched his head and began to think. Fire. Explosion. Kaken. Kaken hurt him. Someone hurt me. But I'm sure he didn't mean it. Because we're friends. Hijiji got mad. It was all my fault though. Izuku assured them at the end. Inko's face darkened. It didn't take a genius to put the pieces together. Izuku only had one friend. Before Izuku and Inko left the hospital, the doctor said he had something important to discuss. When we were examining. What's your name again, kid? The doctor asked. Izuku Midoriya. He chippered. Thanks for fixing me up. No problem, it's what I do. So when we're examining Izuku, trying to see if there were any internal problems, we found none. He's fine, just a few burns but nothing serious. However, we discovered that he has a webbed toe. He trailed off awkwardly. A webbed toe? Inko asked. What does that have to do with anything? It nullifies his quirk gene. The doctor decided to be out with it fast. There was no use in letting the kid down gently because there was no way somebody could receive this news gently. Izuku looked like he'd just been slapped in the face. Wait, do you mean? Inko trailed off, her face as crestfallen as Izuku's. It's been a dream of his for a long time now, to be a hero. To have a strong, powerful quirk but an even stronger, more powerful heart. To save people with a smile. To be somewhat a symbol of hope like All Might was a symbol of peace. He wanted to be just like All Might, if not better. He even had these little notebooks that he named Hero Analysis for the future. What future? That was the question running through everyone's heads. The doctor gave a sad smile to the kid as he thought, what future? What future did a quirkless kid have? Doesn't all end the same way, early. Either they're picked off by a villain because they couldn't fight back, or they're bullied until they can't take it, or they get hate-crimed, or they eventually get sick and tired of all the pitiful glances or disgusted glares, of being outcast, or just ignored, and suddenly whatever's at the bottom of that cliff looks enticing so they jump, or suddenly the contents of that pill bottle look enticing so they eat them all, or suddenly the trigger of the gun that rests by their head looks enticing so they pull it. It's sad and it's unfair, but that's just the way the world works. Survival of the fittest. What future? Inko thought, what future can my baby have now? My love for him is unconditional whether he has a quirk or not, but that won't apply to everyone he meets. And what of his dreams to become a hero? What about them? What about that future that's now crumbling and there's nothing he can do about it? Why couldn't I give him my quirk? But why? What future? Izuku would also think, what future am I supposed to have now? I can't be like All Might when I'm quirkless. I'll never be a great hero. Kaken was right. He's better than me. Always has been and always will be. He was right, I'm quirkless. But All Might says that anything is possible. Then anyone can be a hero. Doesn't that apply to me too? Mama? He asked, tears running freely down his face. Can I be a hero too, Mama? Can I be like All Might? Inko's heart broke all over again as she looked into her son's eyes. She'd never seen him look so desperate before. I'm so sorry, Izuku. That's what she wanted to say. That's how she felt. But that's not what he needed to hear. And what kind of mother would she be if she broke him down instead of building him up? She chose her next words carefully. There are different types of heroes, Izuku. Like rescue heroes and combat heroes? He asked. Yes, but also the heroes who aren't big and flashy, the ones that you don't see on TV every day, she told him. Underground heroes? He asked. Yes. But also nurses, teachers, doctors. They're heroes too, they help people, Inko told him. Just like me, the doctor joined in on comforting Izuku. I'm a doctor, and I helped you, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Izuku said, wiping his tears quickly and grinning brightly, "You're my hero." That night, Izuku struggled to sleep, tossing and turning in his bed. "I don't want to be quirkless," he murmured quietly. He decided that sleep wasn't on his to-do list, not tonight. Getting up and turning in the light switch, he looked around his room sadly at the All Might posters and merch of other heroes. "All Might," he said, "even if I'm quirkless, can I still be a hero? Can I save people with a smile? Like you?" He asked his limited edition All Might poster. Silence. "Don't be stupid," he chided himself. "Posters don't talk." He kicked his foot at the ground as he walked over to his desk and picked up one of his notebooks. "Hero Analysis for the Future" was scrawled on iron messy handwriting. He flipped through the pages until he got to the last one. A space he had reserved, at the top it said, "Me." It even had a little drawing of him too, in a costume that looked a little too much like All Might's. He sighed miserably as he looked at the blank page that he now knew would remain blank forever. But he didn't rip the page out like he was about to. Was it foolish for him to still have hope? Midoriya's quiet snores went unheard. "I'm home," Hisashi called. Inko smiled. "You're home later than usual?" "Got caught up at work." "So, you said you had something important to tell me," he said, recalling her frantic text messages. He sighed. Honestly, this woman was beautiful, slim, and had nice hair. She was kind and sweet, but sometimes she was a bit too much. And sometimes Hisashi found himself looking for a way out. But he had a son. He had to be there for him when he got hurt at school. Inko explained that Katsuki, Izuku's supposed friend, had used his explosions against him. And he had to be there for him when he got his quirk. Hisashi hoped he got the fire breathing over the weak telekinesis. Inko then went on to explain that Izuku was quirkless. No child of his would be quirkless. Of course, Inko had given him a defective child. He knew she was bad news and he needed to leave. But how? Izuku and his mother sat at the dinner table digging into their pancakes. Izuku tried to ignore the tug at his heart at the yet again empty seat of his father. He barely ever saw Hisashi. The most he recalled seeing him was about 2 hours. He was always busy, busy, busy. Away while Izuku was at school, and when Izuku got home he was still at work. Then when Izuku would go to bed, his father would finally get home to find his son asleep. And when Izuku woke up in the morning hoping to find the black-haired man standing in the bathroom brushing his teeth, he would find that the man had already gone. Izuku choked on a particular bite of pancake as his mother asked the very question he thought he'd managed to avoid. "Well, now that you're well rested, would you like to tell me what happened?" Izuku shook his head. "Aizu." She frowned. "You know you can tell me anything." She reached her hand out across the table and placed it on top of his. "BB, but I don't want anyone to get in trouble." His voice wobbled, tears threatening to spill out of his eyes and in turn Inko's too. Whenever he cried, she cried, and vice versa. Inko once joked that they had a quirk called Eternal Tear Ducts, though she wasn't sure the joke would hold the same humor it used to now that he was officially quirkless. "Aizu, it's not your fault if other people get themselves in trouble," Inko assured him. "But mommy, it was my fault," he frowned. "Tell me what happened." She tried to keep the dark tone out of her voice. Did her son have to blame himself for everything? His esteem was so low, how had she not noticed sooner that this had probably been going on for a bit longer? Keikikaken was teaching some kids a lesson dash. "A lesson? Why, he said dash." Izuku hiccuped. "It's okay, Izubabi, take your time," she smiled at him. "He said that the kid was looking down on him. And he wanted me to hurt the boy. He told me to punch him." Inko gasped. Had her own son hurt someone? She should have known that Bakugou would be a bad influence. But I didn't." Inko let out a sigh of relief. Of course he didn't. Her baby was too pure for that. He wouldn't even harm a fly. A small part of her brain reminded her that maybe that was just another reason he couldn't be a hero. He couldn't harm anything, not even a villain. "I didn't hurt him, so Kaken turned on me instead. He called me a Deku. Said I was worthless, mommy. He said I was quirkless and useless. And that I'd never be a hero because I can't even save myself. He said that I was holding him back and looking down on him. And then he hurted me. Exploded me and I fell backwards." Inko didn't even try to hide the anger displayed on her face. Mommy? Please don't get Bakugou in trouble, he didn't mean it. It was my fault dash. That kid he was hurting before you, Inko said as Izuku nodded to show he was listening. Was it his fault that Bakugou hurt him? What? Of course not. Mama, why would you even say that? Izuku shrieked. So then why is it your fault that Bakugou hurt you? Inko said, her features softening as she spoke to her son gently. Izuku was silent. He opened his mouth a few times, daring to speak but snapped it shut after realizing he had nothing to say. It's not your fault, Izuku. You're the victim here. He hurt you for no reason. If he hurt you, stop defending him. You should be upset with him, mad at him, Inko told him. But mommy, he's my friend, Izuku countered weakly. Is he? Do you hurt your friends? Izuku neglected to tell her that he didn't have any apart from Bakugou. He didn't want her to worry about him. I would never hurt a friend. He shook his head violently. So then why does Bakugou hurt you? Inko asked. Izuku stilled, mulling it over for a bit before he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Because he's not my friend. Izuku's tears had miraculously stopped, and he seemed to zone out a little. The memories of him and Katsuki, playing out in his head, and he couldn't believe he hadn't seen it sooner. The incessant need to be better than everyone else. The subtle quirk discrimination comments Katsuki would make. The violent language he always used and the violent tone that came with it. The making himself look good at the expense of others. The teasing comments that were just plain insults. The not caring for anyone but himself. On the other side of the table, Inko used her telekinesis to pull his empty plate towards herself, then picked it up and walked to the kitchen to wash the plates. She figured he needed some time to himself. Besides, she had some important calls to make. You called us here to tell us something important, Inko-chan? Mitsuki yelled, drawing attention from other inhabitants of the coffee shop they were meeting at. Masaru put a hand in his wife's shoulder and calmly, and quietly at least compares to Mitsuki, said, what Mitsuki means to say is that there's an important reason you called us here, and as much as we like catching up with you, we've just dropped Suki off at school and we have important work to attend to, so time is of the essence. Inko nodded. Then I'll get right to it. I came here to talk about your problematic son. Excuse me? Mitsuki roared, slamming her hands down on the table and rattling the coffee. Inko winced at her friend's loud antics. It was no wonder Bakugou ended up this way. But he was only 5 years old. It was nowhere near too late for him to change. Problematic? I know Katsuki can be a little boisterous, but what has he done that's problematic? Please enlighten us, Masaru said. I fear that he's been bullying children at school, including my own, Inko said firmly. What? Masaru gasped, horrified. A bully? Mitsuki waved Inko off. Oh, I thought you came to tell us something serious. Masaru and Inko both frowned. I know my Suki's a little louder than the rest, he gets it from me, she said as if it was something to take pride in, but that's all it is. I didn't raise no bully. He may get a little aggressive, but boys will be boys. I wasn't like that when I was a boy, Masaru pointed out. Yeah, but that's why I liked you, Mitsuki grinned, leaning closer to him. You were different, mysterious, calm, collected, intriguing, smart, and good-looking. The whole package dash. Ahem, Inko cleared her throat, not particularly in the mood to be a third wheel. Though she'd admit that it was entertaining to see that Masaru still blushed at Mitsuki's shameless flattery and flirting even when they were married. It was like being in high school all over again. Most high school lovers danced around each other shyly, but Mitsuki had stormed into the boys' locker room one day and kissed him senseless. Being straightforward was good, but that had really gotten the message across. Mitsuki wasn't one to wait, and she sure as hell wasn't going to wait for Masaru to ask her out the first, so she'd done it herself. She also threw a fit when Masaru was the one who proposed because she'd planned to do that first too. So, apart from being rather raucous, what makes you think our little troublemaker is an actual bully? Masaru asked, a frown etched on his face. The signs are all there, but the biggest sign is what happened to my Izu yesterday. He's at my neighbor's house right now, but I can show you a picture of his injuries. Masaru sputtered, injuries? Mitsuki began denying. No way would Kaken injure Freckles. He loves that boy to bits. They've been friends since they were toys. Don't falsely accuse my son. Where's your evidence, huh? Inko shoved a phone into Mitsuki's face and Mitsuki was silent for the first time in her life. Her hands were shaking with anger, fear, or guilt. Inko didn't know. Slowly, Masaru pried the phone out of Mitsuki's white-knuckles grip and horror was soon painted across his face too. He looked like he wanted to throw up. He did this, Masaru said. It wasn't a question though. Suki. Mitsuki trailed off. We are so sorry, Masaru began. I am going to pound that child when I get home. He won't know what hit him. I'll grab him by the ear and give him a nice backhanded slash. Masaru slapped a hand over Mitsuki's mouth and smiled nervously at the people in the shop, giving them strange and disgusted looks. Mitsuki. I'm not one to tell somebody else how to raise their child, but Katsuki is not the only one at fault for the way he currently is. Behavior is learnt. But it's not too late to fix him. Fix him? Mitsuki scoffed. He's not broken. What are you trying to imply about my son? That he's damaged? Are you looking down on him? Inko buried her head into arms on the table and let out a low groan. This wasn't going to be as easy as she thought. Inko mumbled a few things, but they went unheard as her voice was muffled by her arm. But Mitsuki and Masaru could vaguely hear words like, be gentle, and indoor voices and counselors, and anger management. A counselor? You think Suki needs therapy? What are you trying to say? That he has a mental illness? Mitsuki almost growled. She grabbed her handbag, slung it over her shoulder and abruptly stood from her chair, the force knocking it backwards. Mitsuki didn't bother picking the chair back up and stormed out, not even sparing a glance back at Inko. I'm so sorry, Inko-chan. I'll calm her down and bring her back, Masaru apologized. Inko shook her head. I've said my piece. Masaru picked up the chair that Mitsuki had fell and tucked it in. Giving a small bow, a wave and a promise to catch up sometime, Masaru headed off to wherever Mitsuki was. Inko picked up her coffee mug and took a sip. That could have gone better. She dipped a little more. Then again, it could have gone a lot worse. Izuku was having a bad day. Scratch that. Izuku was having a bad freaking week. His mother had taken on a new case, which meant more often than not he was spending time with his neighbor. His neighbor was nice and all, but she was an old woman. There wasn't much to talk about, especially since she was hard of hearing. So all of their conversations were one-sided hero rants. And she didn't have any action figures to play with either, and though he could bring his own over, the woman had on multiple occasions not looked where she was going and stepped on them, breaking them. Oh, and everybody at school has found out about his Quirk. Situation. They all know. Mostly people didn't talk to Izuku before, not because they didn't like him. He was nice actually, and many people actually liked him, but with him following Bakugou around all the time, they were frightened to hang around him. But now, he wasn't hanging around Bakugou, but he still didn't have any friends. Actually, his classmates avoided him like the plague, as if being quirkless was a contagious disease. It hurt, but Izuku could deal. All he needed was his notebooks and his mom, and said Dad hasn't been seen for a whole week. He just stopped coming home, coincidentally after the day Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. Inko had been worried sick. She told the police he was missing. They asked her to go through her events today before he went missing, and one of those events was Izuku being diagnosed. The police told her it exactly as it was. No sugarcoating. Ma'am, don't you think your husband left because your son is quirkless? Izuku could deal with being outcast at school, but he couldn't deal with that. Dad had been so caring, so loving, though he'd always played the villain whilst his mum played the civilian when they were playing heroes. Izuku was of course the hero. Dad had been there with Izuku since he was born, as most dads were. And he'd done nothing but provide for Izuku, saying he'd love him no matter what. But he'd left. And Izuku was a 5-year-old, but being innocent and being naive were two different things, and it didn't take long for Izuku to realize why exactly his dad had left, especially after he overheard Inko's conversation with the unbothered, uncaring police. So Izuku had spent his last week avoiding Katsuki. The boy hadn't been releasing explosions, but Izuku was sure it had more to do with the face that Mitsuki was called to the school because her son had participated in illegal quirk use. The boy, however, would still aim spitballs at the back of Izuku's head and kick Izuku's chair and, accidentally, bump into Izuku really hard and tie his shoelaces together and call him Deku instead of his real name. And Izuku was still barely managing to adjust to having to call Kaken Babe. Honestly, Izuku didn't think he'd ever get used to it. So Izuku had spent his last week crying and mourning the disappearance of his father. Inko seemed to be way worse though, diving into work to avoid facing her devastation. And each day she'd go through the 5 stages of grief on repeat. It was tiring. Izu tried to comfort his mother. He knew she needed it more than he did. And Izuku's upset at his father leaving soon turned into anger. How dare he make mother cry even more than she usually does? So Izuku had spent the week brooding. Inko had told him he needed a healthy release and that watching All Might videos on repeat and scribbling into his notebook did not count as a release. If anything, it was an unhealthy obsession, and Inko would only let the hero worship slide because he was kid. He'd grow out of it, right? And Inko knew that being quirkless came with its hardships, so she was going to build him up as much as possible. This new case would grant her so much money, and she had plans. She would pay for once-a-week tutoring for Izu, and she'd pay for weekend martial arts classes or athletics till he had something to help him in times of danger. Hate crimes could happen anywhere at any time, and he needed to be as prepared as possible for a quirkless person. And then the rest of the money would be spent on rent and groceries. How do you feel about Aikido? Inko asked her son as they searched on the computer together. There's an Aikido gym nearby. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Or judo? Izuku nodded enthusiastically again. Inko continued listing off different forms of martial arts, and he kept nodding enthusiastically. You don't really care which one you do you? Inko giggled as he nodded enthusiastically again. Oh, there's this nice center called Takaisashai Kuritsu. That's a mouthful, Izuku commented. Inko smiled fondly at him as he rocked in his chair, playing with his All Might figurines. Whoosh, PW, Carolina Smash. Inko shook her head at his antics. Izu, she called. Izu? He looked up at her and put his dolls down. Yes, Mama? I found this nice place where they teach a bunch of different martial arts. Maybe when we get there they can decide which will be better for you. They have karate, judo dash. I want to do it all. Izuku fist pumped the air. I'm gonna be so strong that Kaken won't be able to hurt anyone anymore, because I'll be there. Inko smiled. At least he wasn't aspiring to be an actual hero anymore, and he was still happy. She liked seeing him happy. She never wanted to see him not happy. She would do anything it took to keep him happy. Hi, I'm Midoriya Inko. This is my child Midoriya Izuku. We're here for the trial session. Inko smiled at the women who sat at the register. Sadly, our only trials today are karate and bojutsu, staff fighting, and karate, fighting with an empty hand, kicking, defense, arms, legs. We also have gymnastics. Are you okay with that, or do you want to reschedule to try another day? The woman asked. Inko looked at her son who was bouncing up and down in anticipation. I don't want to wait. I want to do it now. Please. Pretty please, Mommy. Inko looked down into his large, puppy eyes. The woman at the registered, odd. Of course we can do the trial today if that's what you want, Izu. She ruffled his hair a little. My name is Ikari Satsuo. I will be your master if you so choose to take karate. The man bowed and Izuku bowed also. As this is a trial session, I think you should first watch the other students and then we can start learning some standard stances. The man had a small gray beard and connecting mustache. His hair was scruffy and medium length, his eyes were. Izuku nodded eagerly and sat on a bench to spectate the other children, all of them older than him, as they started. Ichi! Ikari called. Ichi! The students repeated as they stood in lines behind him. And I! Ikari yelled. And I! The students repeated as they took a step towards the mirror and moved their hands. San. San. Sure. Sure. Go. Go. Roku. Roku. Nana. Nana. Hachi. Hachi. They went through this a couple of times before Ikari set tasks to his students and they split up in groups of their belts. He then walked over to Izuku, who was no longer sitting on the bench but standing next to his mum and imitating the students. Ichi, and I-san, he muttered under his breath as he moved his body the best he could to match the students. Eager are we? Come here, little man, I'll teach you how to do it. Right? Yes, please, Ikari-sensei. Izuku pipped. Ikari led Izuku to an empty corner of the room. I haven't introduced myself properly, Ikari said. Satsuo Ikari have been learning karate for 7 years and teaching it for 13. Oh, that's a super long time. Izuku said appreciatively. Yeah. I learned quickly and it's all thanks to my quirk, battle stance. Seemingly out of nowhere, Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing whilst Ikari spoke. My quirk battle stance allows me to automatically always stand in the right pose. If I throw a punch, my thumb immediately makes sure it's not tucked in. When I stand, my feet are flat on the ground, my posture is always perfect and my legs are always spread out the right width. And, are you writing this down? Sorry. I just love knowing about new quirks and writing about them. They're all so cool and fascinating. Izuku smiled. Well, in that case, what's yours? Ikari asked. Izuku's writing hand faltered. I don't have one. And then Izuku waited. He waited for Ikari to kick him out of the karate class, to tell him that quirkless people couldn't fight and that he didn't belong here or anywhere. He waited for the insults and the glares and the disgusted looks. But there was only silence. Actually, there was silence in the whole room and everybody was staring at him. He suddenly felt uneasy and wanted to run out of the room. They had all heard him. They all knew he was quirkless now. They were going to hate him. He ran to his mom and hugged her knees, his lips wobbling as tears threatened to spill out of his eyes. Hey, what's wrong? Ikari asked. It's okay not to have a quirk, little man. That just means that when you become a master martial artist you can say that you worked even harder than everyone else. He said, walking over to where Izuku was still hugging his mother. All the other students chimed in their comforts and praise, telling him how strong he was going to be and how he wasn't any lesser than them. And now Izuku was crying, but they were happy tears this time. These people believe he was worth something. That he wasn't a useless Deku. He couldn't believe it and kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, but it never did. They didn't care. They didn't care he was quirkless. They were nothing like the kids at school. Could it be that maybe a quirk wasn't all that important? It's not a quirk that makes a person, it's the person that makes the quirk. And Izuku didn't have a quirk, but he didn't need one. So what you want to do is stand like this, Ikari said. Izuku stood with his legs spread out way past his shoulders. No. Ikari tapped Izuku's leg. You need to move your legs more inwards, keep them in line with your shoulders. Izuku did as Ikari said. Perfect. Now straighten your back. Izuku's back stiffened. Yes, but relax a little. You look like someone put a stick up your butt, little man. A stick up my butt? Aizu. That's a bad word. Inko warned. Izuku giggled. Sorry, mommy, but sensei said it first. He pointed a finger at Ikari. Sensei's an adult, Inko told him, folding her arms. So am I. Izuku puffed out his chest. Inko sighed. Ikari mouthed, sorry, to Inko, but she just shook her head to signal that it was fine. Now, hold your hand in a fist. Make sure your thumb isn't tucked in, Ikari said. Now put your hand by your hip like this. They continued going through different stances. Now I want you to punch, twist your arm around slightly and make your arm straight but not completely. We don't want to strain your arm or cause any injury, Ikari told him. Ikari showed him how to throw a punch and Izuku copied. Perfect. Now we want to step forward, Oswell, bend your leg. Izuku did as told. Now switch arms. Move this arm to your hip and punch with that arm and step. And shout, Ichi. Ikari instructed. Izuku performed the movement again. I see. He bellowed. The students cooed at him and his adorable yell. Back to work. You over him later. There were a few whispers of, but look at his freckles, he's so small, he's gorgeous, his adorable Ichi. But the chatter soon died down and everyone got back to their tasks. Ikari checked his watch. And that's time for you. I presume you're attending the Bojutsu trial too. Izuku nodded. All right, Well, I hope I'll see you next week as an actual student, not somebody taking a trial. You've got drive and skill. You'll make an awesome little fighter. Izuku preened under the praise and beamed up at Ikari. Thank you, Ikari-sensei. Then Ikari went to explain the registering process and the different things karate entails. So these are the forms that need to be filled out, not very lengthy. If you could bring this with you when he comes next week. Lessons are every Saturday. Your payment already covers the uniform, so we'll have that ready for him, we just need his size. There's a paper attached to the back of the forms with all the basic stances if Izuku wants to be a little independent and start teaching himself some things. I would also suggest that he applies for the gymnastics classes here. If money is an issue, know that taking one class here gives you a bargain for another, you pay less. Being a little more flexible will be very helpful for his karate classes and probably Bojutsu too if he plans on taking that. Though it may be a little stressful to do all 3 classes at once, especially as he's so young. But your kid is different, very energetic and quite eccentric. I have no doubt he'll be able to pull through all 3 classes. Inko smiled and took the form, then grabbed Izuku's hand. Goodbye, Ikari-san. Bye-bye, Ikari-sensei. Izuku waved as he walked out the door with his mother. Good afternoon, young one. My name is Kai Rinchi. I teach Bojutsu and Kenjutsu, staff fighting and sword fighting respectfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, little Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku filled in. Pleasure to meet you, little Midoriya, Kai Rinchi said, bending down to shake his hand. Kai Rinchi stood tall at 5 feet 10 inches and was a thin woman. She had silver hair, currently dangling behind her back as Dutch braids, and she had pink eyes. Her quirk was, my quirk is called reflex. I'd like to think it's pretty self-explanatory. Now let's get started with our lesson. First I'll teach you how to wield a bow staff. I just need to find one the right size for a little boy like you, Midoriya. She went ignored as Midoriya was already scribbling in his notebook. She came back and put a staff less than half the size of her own in his hands. Are you right-handed, little Midoriya? Izuku nodded. I want your right hand near the top of the staff, she said, moving his hand around, and grip firmly. Curl your thumb around so that it's attached to your index finger. Izuku did as was told. Now, your left hand is going to go 3-4 down the stick, understood? Understood. Izuku responded as he moved his hand. Now I want you to bend both your knees, but especially your right knee. Now put most of your weight on your right knee, but not all. Just lean on it, okay? But keep your back straight. And now tilt the bow staff. Your right hand should be at the top and your left at the bottom. You're a natural. Izuku giggled. Thank you, Kai-sensei. Do you want to know why we use this pose? Kai asked him. Izuku nodded. Because it allows for quick use of both sides of the weapon in rapid succession and rhythm. What does succession mean? Izuku asked. When things follow one after the other, Kai supplied. So like this? Izuku asked, and then he demonstrated a bunch of karate punches he'd learned previously, oblivious to Inko recording a video of him proudly with tears in her eyes. I'll say, that was really impressive, little Midoriya. How has Ikari-kun managed to teach you so much in just a trial session? Kai wondered. Izuku smiled. Ikari-sensei is a really good teacher. And I bet you're a really good student, Kai told him. At the end of the session, Kai Rinchi handed Inko a form and made her promise her son would start learning Bojutsu because he was simply marvelous and born talented. She also recommended that Inko buy him a bow staff to practice at home too. Inko and Izuku then went to the room next door to do the gymnastics and acrobatics trial class, and what they saw had both their jaws drop. Beams, monkey swings, poles, benches, trampolines, mini trampolines, mattresses, stereos, gymnastics grips, mirrors, skill cushions, props, training bars, vault tables, trapezoid mats. Hey! Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He looked and came face to face with a girl a year older than him. She had fawn hair and dark brown eyes. You're the new kid, no? She asked. He nodded. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He couldn't believe he was talking to a girl. Well, hi, Midoriya Izuku. I'm Atsushimi Kami. Nice to meet you, dude. She winked. What's your quirk? I don't have one, he sighed. Oh, well that's cool. Don't worry. Wanna know my quirk? I bet you do. My quirk is called glamour. So anyways, I hope you do decide to join our class. You look like a lot of fun. And I love meeting new people. Our class is good vibes only so you'll fit right in. She leaned on his arm. Atsushimi, are you bothering the newbie? I thought I told you to let me handle the introductions. Your forwardness will scare him off. A tall woman walked over. She was lean, a bit muscly and had black hair tied in a bun and turquoise eyes. She kind of reminded Izuku of Mitsuki or, God forbid, Katsuki. Not in her looks, obviously, but she yelled and seemed like an angry person just as they were. Izuku shuddered. He didn't want his instructor to be like Bakugou. Maybe he wouldn't take gymnastics? Hey youngster! Over here! Inko and Izuku walked over to the brash woman. Midoriya Izuku, he put out his hand. The woman shook his hand very violently. I'm Ito Ayaka. I'll be your instructor if you choose to take gymnastic classes. You may think I'm aggressive and guess what I am. It's good for discipline and motivation. Not everyone's gonna be nice and polite to you, kid. The sooner you learn that the better. Not everyone's going to be nice, Izuku thought. Casey, Katsuki's living proof. But just because I'm loud doesn't mean that I'm mean. I'm just strict because gymnastics and acrobatics are very delicate sports. I have 5 rules in my class. Pay attention, I won't say nothing twice. Follow the beat of the music. Always stretch first, keep your toes pointed, and 99% isn't good enough. Go 100% or go home. I'm not here to mess around. Her voice could rival present mix. Izuku thought. Meanwhile, Kami thought sarcastically from the other side of the room with a roll of her eyes, but I'm the one scaring him off. Oh, and I forgot to introduce you to my coworker. He specializes in acrobatics. I'm more of a contemporary dancer. Ito beckoned a short man over. He was 5 feet 4 inches with a round, tan face and brown hair with brown eyes. Hey there, youngster. I'm Ikibange's Yasha. So they're both loud. Izuku suppressed a groan. What's your name, little one? Ikibange's asked. My name's Midoriya Izuku. Heel back. Inko pinched the bridge of her nose. Now they're all yelling, she thought. Whoa, that's a big voice for such a little man. Ito commented. Too right, Ayaka. You know it, Yasha. Inko decided that her ears couldn't suffer this abuse any longer. I'll just stand off to the side and watch you teach my Izuku, yeah? Then she walked over to the side of the room and plugged in her earphones, listening to mediation music, drowning out the screams and squeals of children in the background, and the yells of her own son merged with Ito's and Ikibange's. So, what's your quirk, little one? Ikibange's asked. Izuku yelled, I don't have one. No stutter or falter, no mumbling. He'd realized that the people in this place really were all good vibes, as Kami had said. They wouldn't judge him or treat him differently for being quirkless. Why should they? It was nothing to be ashamed of. Bakugou and the kids at school may treat quirklessness as a curse, but that didn't mean Izuku had to also. He was going to embrace his quirklessness. Not having a quirk pushed him 10 steps backwards, but no matter, Izuku was just going to work 11 times harder. So first I need to know what you can do, Ito said. Can you touch your toes? Izuku shrugged. Well, try it then so we can find out. Izuku nodded and reached down to the floor to touch his toes. I did it. Yes, you did, little man. Now how far can your hand reach behind your back? He reached a hand down and paused at the middle of his back. That's as far as I can go. Don't worry, that's normal. Not everyone has long arms, a kid passing by to get to their own mat commented. But I do. The kid stretched their arm out and put his thumb up right in front of Izuku's face, a friendly gesture. Izuku smiled appreciatively. That's such a cool quirk. I wonder, what's the longest you could stretch? Could you potentially rip your arm off? Could you catapult yourself maybe? Or perhaps dash? Hey, wanna know my quirk? Hell yeah. Izuku screamed. My quirk is called perfect timing. Not only does it allow me to always be in sync with music and dance on rhythmically, it also helps me stick landings, not to mention. It once led me to my kitchen just in time turn off the stove. Otherwise my house would have burned down. But I got there in dash. Perfect timing. Izuku and Ito both yelled in unison. Now, back to business. Can you do a handstand? No. Izuku replied. Try it anyways. Okay. Izuku gave her a thumbs up and then put his hands on the ground. He then kicked his legs up a bit but flopped back down and fell flat on the mat. You're too slow. You need the momentum. Just dive right in and push up. Do one leg at a time if that helps, but damn it, be fast about it, would you? Ito screeched. Izuku quickly got up and brushed himself off before diving into a handstand that lasted 1 second before he tumbled forward and landed on his back. Oh, you spikes. Even our mats can't save you from that pain. But you've got to be strong and persevere. Smile through the pain. Like All Might? Izuku asked excitedly. Yes. So then Izuku got up again and tried another handstand and another. He never got it until Ito helped him by holding up his legs. Don't worry. I don't expect you to immediately be able to do a handstand. But we'll get there eventually. Now, can you do a cartwheel? I need to know what I'm working with here. Izuku did do a cartwheel. His legs were a little bent and he fell over immediately after his landing, but he still counted it as a win. Next time, straighten your legs. Izuku did another cartwheel, but in his attempt to straighten his legs he just fell over, this time on his front. Okay, I'll teach you how to do that later. Moving on. Can you do a high kick? Izuku kicked his leg. At its highest point, his foot reached the height of his chest. Try it with the other leg. He did, but the results were the same. Okay, can you do the splits? Front or middle, I don't care. Izuku could do neither. His legs were bent awkwardly and he couldn't reach the ground. I'm sorry. Don't be. You're not supposed to be perfect, otherwise I'd have nothing to teach you. Now can you do a bridge? Izuku tried, but he ended up with his knees in the air and him leaning back on his elbows. I'll take that as a no. What about a flip? No, don't do a flip, you probably can't. But I won't know if I don't try. He got up and tried to do a flip, almost falling onto his head had Ito not caught him. She gave him a look to tell him off, but he merely grinned back and said, Perfect timing. Now that we've established that the only thing you can do is a forwards roll, we're going to do some basic stretches. Ito said. Izuku nodded. Okay, this stretch is called a lunge. So Izu, what did you think of the classes? Inko asked. I want to join them all. All of them? Inko stammered. I don't think I can afford that. Maybe I could ask Hisashi to send money. But I wouldn't want to bother him on his business trip. Please, Mommy. Izuku asked with wide green eyes and a pout. How could she possibly say no to that? 1 year ago, Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. He'd lost his best friend and his father, and he'd almost lost hope. But he was still holding out. Because there was no way Izuku was going to allow himself to be some useless Deku. No way. Izuku was going to make a difference. He was 6, a big boy now. And he was going to make a difference. Which is what he was doing now, standing once again in front of Bakugou and once again protecting one of his victims. Just because the old hag says I can't hurt you, Deku, doesn't mean I can't hurt the extras. So get out of my way or die. Bakugou yelled. No, Izuku said simply. Excuse me. You're excused. Who do you think you are? No, who do you think you are? Stomping around and claiming you're the best? How can you be at the top when you stoop so low? Girl, I'll murder you, scumbag. I don't think Auntie Mitsuki would appreciate that. Well, I don't appreciate you. I don't care. You should. Die. Bakugou yelled as he shoved Izuku and picked up the kid that was previously behind the green-haired boy. He picked up the brown-haired kid by the collar and stared him in the eye. You're not looking down at me now, H? I am so sorry, Bakugou. I'll never look down on you again. You sure as hell won't, not when I'm done with you. Bakugou grinned menacingly. He raised his hand and began popping explosions before remembering that it was illegal quirk use and could possibly damage his hero career before it started. Even though he was sure it wouldn't matter because she was 6, Father had told him so and Father never lied. Stop it, Katsuki! Izuku yelled as he kicked Bakugou's knee. Why you little dash, Bakugou began as he dropped the kid in surprise from Izuku's kick. But Izuku wasn't done yet. He delivered a swift punch to Katsuki's shoulder and then he put a leg in between Katsuki's and then bent it whilst pushing Katsuki's chest, successfully flooring the blonde. Deku, you nerd. Bakugou screeched as Deku ran off with the boy Bakugou had been victimizing. Bakugou's lackeys offered him his hand but Katsuki glared at them and threatened them with, "Don't look down on me unless you want to be punched to a pulp." And then Bakugou got up and tried to find wherever Deku had scampered off to. You scaredy cat. Running away from me? Heroes don't run away. You'll never be a hero. The sooner you accept that the better. Bakugou shouted. Izuku responded from wherever his hiding place was, "You'll never be a hero either, not with that attitude." Bakugou stormed over to where the voice sounded and blew up a bush. As the smoke cleared he saw the brown-haired boy cowering and Izuku covering his ears from the loud bang of Katsuki's explosion. Damn it, Katsuki thought, I wasn't supposed to use my quirk. I'll just have to threaten them into not telling anyone I used it. If you tell anyone I used my quirk then I'll kill you, got that? You've threatened to kill me like 100 times now, Katsuki, and yet I'm still breathing. Care to explain? Izuku taunted. Oh, I'm going to enjoy beating you up dash. You know I told my friend about you dash. As if you have friends dash. And she dash. She? You don't even talk to girls. I talk to one girl. Her name's Cammy, and she told me you were all bark and no bite. She's right, you know. The corners of Izuku's mouth twitched up a little, forming a small smirk. Airgarg. Izuku couldn't deny that he was quite enjoying pissing Katsuki off. It was especially fun to play subtle pranks on him at all, like putting gum on his seat or covering his desk in sticky notes. At first Izuku was reluctant because he thought it was villainous activity, but at gymnastics class Cammy had assured him that it was well-deserved, that if the teachers wouldn't make Bakugou face consequences then he should. After all, heroes take justice into their hands all the time. Despite this, Izuku wouldn't deny that he felt a little scared looking into Katsuki's deranged, red eyes. Katsuki, Bakugou mocked in a high-pitched voice. There's the Deku I know. Small and weak and stuttering. And here I thought you'd actually grown a spine. Tisei. Izuku frowned. You, Isuke? Don't insult me. You're an insult to yourself. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku simply blew a raspberry as Kaken dropped him onto the ground and stalked off. Thanks for saving me, the little brunette said. No problem, what kind of heroic person would I be if I didn't? Izuku had to remind himself that he was the only person in the world who believed he could be a hero. The boy giggled. Thanks, Midoriya. Midoriya smiled. He'd saved someone from Bakugou again. If only he had Bakugou's quirk. Why did Katsuki get such a great gift? He was just a bully. He didn't deserve it. If Izuku had been given that quirk then he'd have put it to great use. To be a top hero, maybe even surpass All Might if that's possible. But no, the universe just had to give it to Bakugou of all people. Why couldn't Izuku be Katsuki instead? Izuku looked at the slowly disappearing form of Bakugou Katsuki. The blonde hair, black shirt, red shorts and white trainers. Me Midoriya? The brunette shrieked. His stuttering is even worse than mine, Izuku thought as he turned around to face the boy. Yes? You look a bit like Bakugou? He said timidly. Excuse me? Izuku asked, genuinely confused and honestly a bit offended. Your hair, it just changed. It's blonde now. And your eyes are red and your clothes too. Your color scheme, it matches Bakugou's. What are you even talking about? Izuku asked. The boy got up and walked over to the restrooms, Izuku in tow. Then Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was still style, messy and curly, but now it was blonde too. His face lacked its usual freckles but instead his skin seemed a bit rougher. His eyes held the same shape and size except the irises were red and seemed to hold a ferocity Izuku's eyes never had before. His white shirt that said, shirt, on it was now plain and black but yet remained the same size and shape. His blue jeans were now red. And his blue shoes were white. I have a quirk? Quite frankly, you shouldn't even have a quirk, due to your webbed pinky toe, a doctor said, pushing up her glasses, but you've defied all odds because you do, indeed, have a quirk. Izuku whooped and hollered whilst Inko frantically tried to calm him down. Izu. Relax, okay baby? Inko couldn't hide her glee though. She herself wanted to jump up and down, run around the room and kiss every person she could find. She was so happy. Her baby had a quirk. She knew how difficult life was for the quirkless minority. She knew that barely lived to the age of 25 be this because of suicide, murder, hate crimes. And if they did live past that age, it's not like they could get a job, or at least a good one, no matter what their qualifications. If you were quirkless, colleges didn't want you. If you were quirkless, employers didn't want you. If you were quirkless, no one wanted you. No one. But Izu had a quirk now. And Inko was over the moon. Maybe he could pursue his old dream of being a hero. Inko didn't really like the idea of him doing hero work, not because she didn't believe he could make it, but because as any mother would be, she's scared. It's a dangerous line of work, unpredictable, violent, and corrupt. But he could be a hero now that he has a quirk, right? Inko thought. And it seemed Izu had the same idea. So can I be a hero? Izuku asked. No, the doctor said simply. Izuku's face dropped like a sack of rocks and Inko's sweet smile slowly faded into an angry glare. How dare somebody shatter her boy's dreams again? And they didn't even have the sense to let him down gently either? Some guts this woman has. Around the room, small objects vibrates gently, practically unnoticeable. The objects pulled themselves just the slightest bit closer to where Inko was sitting, seething with anger, her arm that was wrapped around Izuku's shoulder shaking. What do you mean no? Inko asked, trying to keep her voice level. Apologies, Ms. Midoriya, just saying it how it is, the woman said unbothered. It's Aris Midoriya. And you can't just say things like that dash. Can't I? Not without explaining, Inko glared, her teeth gritted. Meanwhile, Izuku was sobbing, his face dug into her stomach as he stained her shirt with tears. My quirk is quirk analysis. I knew everything about his quirk and yours from the moment you walked into my office. His quirk is merely cosmetic. Not to say it's a weak quirk, it's quite cool if you're one for aesthetics, but it's weak for combat and it can't save anyone. Personally, I would have labeled his quirk color scheme since that's basically all he's able to do, match someone's color scheme. But that doesn't take into account that he can copy mutations, just not the quirks that come with. Which factors into why his quirk is called mirror match. The ability to match somebody's mutations and external appearance, including their clothes. He's not identical to the person he copies, but he matches them, the doctor explained. Inko sighed. Is there any more? She asked passive-aggressively, angry tears in the corners of her eyes. If you would like to know how to activate his quirk, he must have a 100% accurate idea of what the person he's matching looks like at that moment in time. Therefore, he could activate it from memory, but it would be best for him to be looking at that person and he has to have seen every aspect of that person's appearance, front and back. But a picture would also work if the picture was an accurate depiction of what the person currently looked like. For example, if he were to copy me from this photo, she held up a photo of herself with ginger hair and a white shirt on, it wouldn't work because currently, my hair is dyed black and my shirt is pink. But if he were to use this picture, she held a full-body picture of herself from earlier that day, it would work because it's still what I look like now. You can even get him to try it now if you want, Ms. Midoriya. Izu, are you up to it? Do you want to try? Inko asked her crying son. Sure, I'll do Aish. Izuku sniffled then began bawling again as he looked at the photo through blurry vision. Inko dabbed at his wet eyes with a tissue. When his vision cleared, he focused on the picture and tried to imagine himself with her black hair, her cold, blue eyes and her pink shirt, black trousers and black shoes. It didn't work. I don't think he's in the right headspace right now, the doctor said. Inko's lips curled in distaste at the woman's unbothered tone. How could she just sit there and be fine with crushing her son's dreams? How could she be so unaffected? What a beach! I have a question, how exactly did he end up with a quirk like this? My quirk is telekinesis and my husband's quirk is fire breathing. Hypothetically, he should get some sort of pyrokinesis. Ironically, that would have been a quirk strong enough to make him a hero dash. Izuku let out a loud sniffle. I see could we had a hero quirk? Flux could kill. The look Inko was giving this doctor for telling her son such an irrelevant piece of information would have the black-haired woman 6 feet under. You could have, but you don't. Tough luck, the doctor said, packing up some files. If you want some directions on how to register his quirk into the legal system, you can ask someone at the reception. They'll guide you to a quirk counselor. Unfortunately, I have a date to get to. I hope you get stood up, Inko thought. The doctor left the room whilst Izuku looked to his mother, bottom lip wobbling, tear tracks running down his face. He looked absolutely broken, shredded, torn apart all over again, like when he'd learned he had no quirk. But he had still persevered. Maybe deep down he'd known he had a quirk, and Inko realized that all this time he'd never truly given up on the hope he could be a hero. Even now, there was still a little hope in his eyes. Misplaced hope, false hope. Is it true, Mommy? Izuku asked in a voice almost lower than a whisper. I can't be a hero? Is it true, Mommy? What a hypocrite I am, Inko thought, blaming other people for crushing his dreams. I'm so sorry, Izuku. His mother cried out as she wrapped her arms around him even tighter and cried onto his shoulder. Izuku felt like he'd been stabbed by a knife. He stared numbly at the wall in front of him, lost in his thoughts, his own self-loathing, his insecurities lost in it all. He thought he'd used up all his tears, but there were even more bubbling to the surface. He still stared at the wall. He could barely think straight, so many different thoughts swirling through his head, but one stood out the most. Mom, that's not what I needed to hear. Well, there goes that theory, Izuku mumbled as he looked at one of his old notebooks from when he was there. Were lots of grammar errors and spelling mistakes, and the sentences didn't flow at all, but somehow his was still able to understand it all. Probably because 6-year-old Izuku and 4-year-old Izuku weren't that different. Who am I kidding? They are so different. 4-year-old Izuku is an adorable ball of energy. Best friends with Kaken and dreaming of being like All Might. Waiting for when he turns 5 and gets his quirk so that he and Kaken can be pro-heroes 1 and 2 respectively. 4-year-old Izuku has goals, hopes, dreams. A loving family. A dad who's barely there because of work but still has the time to take care of himself, and a mother who also has a busy job but is always there for him. 6-year-old Izuku is a ball of sadness. Devoid of life. Enemies with Katsuki and hopelessly dreaming of getting a different quirk. Waiting for the day that comes where I don't know, maybe someone shows up and says that he can give him a quirk. That's ridiculous. As if quirks can be passed on. And Izuku is more lonely than ever, no one can understand him, no one can be there for him properly. His dad's away on a business trip, though Izuku is smart for a 6-year-old. And while he knows that his mother pretends his dad is coming back, he doesn't know if she's pretending for his sake or hers, but for her sake he'll play along. He'll pretend his dad didn't up and leave just because his son was quirkless. What happened to unconditional love? At least we know who the Deadbeat Father of the Year award goes to. And his mother, she's trying her best, she is, but her best isn't good enough, and Izuku feels selfish and ungrateful for thinking like that. But what else is he supposed to think? He read through the notebook. Detailed plans of how he would tear Bakugou limb by limb using his mother's telekinesis if he had it. A nice theory, but one that would never come to pass. Wait a minute, 4-year-old Izuku wrote this? I guess Kaken was in the past too. Oh, and there's also an entry on how he burned Kaken's skin and feed it to the ducks in the pond in their area. That's probably not normal for a 4-year-old to write, but we've already established that Izuku isn't normal. Whatever, Izuku mumbled, throwing the notebook in the trash and flopping onto his bed in his all-night onesie with a humph. Why me? He thought, why me? And somehow he found his way back to his comfort video. Look at you smiling like the world's perfect. Izuku said angrily as he wanted All Might save people from the fire. No, I mustn't think like that. It's not All Might's fault the world's this way. He's one of the only genuine people out there. There are so many genuine people. Like the ones in my weekend classes. And I wouldn't want anything to happen to them. He picked up his bow staff and began moving around with it. I'm gonna be a hero. Officer Suki, I've got eyes on the suspect, should I engage? Over. A policeman said as he hastily made his way through the store, eyeing a woman with brown hair, a white shirt and green skirt as she speed-walked. Yes, you should engage. The officer, Suki, shouted on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Copy that. The first officer said as he put his hand in his taser pocket and got ready to use it once there were no people in the way. But the mall was so busy that he almost hadn't seen the brown-haired woman blend into the crowd and slip out of sight, almost. She dashed behind a corner and he was quick to follow. The woman, as she walked, began taking off her brunette wig to reveal blonde. Then she unbuttoned her white shirt to reveal a black crop top. Then she undid a hidden zip at the back of her green-fitted skirt to reveal a black miniskirt. She took out her contacts, her eyes changing from blue to green, all whilst walking. So when the police officer followed her around the corner and grabbed her roughly by the shoulder, spinning her around and taser in hand, ready to strike. "Excuse me?" the woman asked, horrified. "I am so sorry, ma'am. I thought you were somebody else. I was chasing this suspect in the mall A and she came here. I apologize." The police officer sputtered, embarrassed and guilty. He put his taser back in his pocket and asked the woman, "Did you see anyone come here? Brown hair? She might have had blue eyes, I think. I couldn't really see from far away. Oh, and she was wearing a white shirt and green skirt perchance?" the woman asked, faking obliviousness. "Yes," the police officer exclaimed. "She went that way." The blonde-haired woman pointed to the left. "Thank you so much for your service. And sorry once again," he said and ran off in that direction, hollering about how he was gonna get a pay raise today for catching the where. "A where?" the blonde-haired woman asked, looking at the man as his form disappeared. Then the camera moved and the blonde-haired woman looked directly into it, as if addressing the audience. She shrugged. "I've been called worse." Then the video paused. Izuku looked at the movie clip on the tablet Kami had shoved into his face. "Why are you showing me this?" Izuku asked. "It's a pre-Quirk era movie," Kami said as if it was an explanation. Izuku stayed silent, motioning her to continue. "It's just like your new Quirk," Kami exclaimed happily. "She changed her appearance so easily. For all I know, your hair was never really green and you were just copying your mom's." What? "I only got my Quirk recently. I was born this way. I'm just kidding, Zuzu." Kami rolled her eyes. "But think about all the adventures we could go on with your Quirk and mine. Glamour and mirror match. We'd be an unstoppable duo. A force to be reckoned with. I mean, do you know how easy it would be to shoplift? We are not shoplifting," Izuku cut in. You're no fun, bro. But hypothetically, think about it, we could rob No. Kami pouted. "Fine, be that way." Izuku stuck his tongue out at her. "Whatever," Kami replied as she continued stretching. It was Sunday and Izuku was in his weekly gymnastics class. "So, you finally ready to try a backflip without the trampoline?" Kami asked. "No. What if I crack my head? Land on my back and break my spine? Dislocate my elbow? Crack my neck or Stop mumbling," Kami said and slapped him on the back. "And no one's going to ask you to backflip on the hardwood, stupid. We have mats everywhere and pits full of soft plushies. You've been here for a year, you know the stuff, so have at it." 8 years later. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. At this, the students' chatter came to a stop. Bakugou pretended to be bored, but his interest was piqued, even as he sat with his hands behind his head and feet on the desk, and Izuku was already paying attention as always. "I'll pass out handouts for your future plans, but..." Bakugou raised an eyebrow. "You're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right?" The teacher finished. The students all burst out into cheers, hollering and hooting whilst displaying their quirks. Bakugou simply scoffed whilst Izuku stared in awe at all the quirks, his eyes gleaming, hands itching for his notebook whilst he faced an internal battle. Either listen to the teacher or write about your classmate's quirk. Why not both? Turns out Izuku's a great multitasker. He keeps his ear out whilst he writes enthusiastically in his book, pen gliding along the paper. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but using your powers at school is against the rules, And the law, the teacher warned with an amused smile on his face. Katsuki scoffed even louder this time, leaning his chair even further back. Hey teach! His fave contorted to support a malicious smirk. Don't lump me in with the rest of these extras. I'm headed for the top whilst they'd be lucky working as a sidekick for some busted D-lister. The class exploded, expressing loud and clear their indignation whilst Izuku groaned and covered his ears. And Bakugou? He just cackled. If I remember correctly, the teacher began speaking again and the students took it as their signal to shut up. You wanted to go to UA, right? Izuku took his hands off of his head and perked up, but the teacher was looking at Bakugou. Probably doesn't remember that I'm applying for UA too? Izuku sighed. Of course not. Nobody ever remembers the kid with a Deku's quirk. All the students began talking again. Nobody was surprised that Bakugou was aiming for UA. It was still an interesting topic to discuss though. UA was the top hero school of Japan and had the lowest acceptance rate for the hero course and a lot of other courses too. UA was for the best, the smartest, the most powerful, the most able, capable, strong, talented. UA was for the best of the best of the best. Of course I'm going to UA teach. What do you take me for? Some sort of reject. Bakugou grinned. Yes, you are going to UA and... The teacher scanned the room before his eyes landed on Izuku. A grim expression appeared on the teacher's face. And Midoriya, you too? Silence. P-Argent silence. Drop-dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. The chatter instantly ceased and everybody fell silent. Like they were waiting for the punchline of the joke. I mean, it had to be a joke, right? Izuku always went on about wanting to be a hero, but he would have realized by now that it was impossible, no? See, preschool and elementary school were fine for Izuku. It was the same every day. Wake up, eat, go to school, learn, save some poor kid from Bakugou, make friends with them, scare them off with creepy, mumbling, repeat. In high school it was a bit different. Nobody in his preschool or elementary school had expressed dislike for him. They were young, children tend to be nicer, more open-minded. Nobody cared that Izuku had no quirk. They didn't care when he had a quirk and it was weak either. High school was a bit different. Izuku didn't really have friends, not by lack of trying. It wasn't even his creepy mumbling this time. Simply put, nobody wanted to get on Bakugou's bad side. Some people hated Izuku because Bakugou did and they were Bakugou's lackeys. Some people were neutral because they'd only spoken to him in passing. And some were friendly but not friends with Izuku, they wanted to be, but sometimes Izuku was too awkward, or there wasn't time to hang out because Izuku would rather see a hero fight or go to karate, or maybe it was Bakugou again, he wouldn't let people near Izuku. One girl has once said it was because he has a crush on Izuku and wanted to keep him all to himself. She walked home with a burn on her arm that very same day. And the girls, there was only about 2 of them, who had had a crush on Izuku were too embarrassed about their crush to ever act on it. So high school was pretty lonely. Although sometimes Izuku made the class laugh with his witty comments so. There was that? Not to mention the bullies were worse. Izuku never got properly bullied, only because he wouldn't let people bully him. But that's not to say the insults didn't occasionally get to him. They did. And what was worse was the pity. Oh, he wants to be a hero. That's so sad, his quirk isn't fit for it. Thanks. Du. Katsuki leapt out of his desk and slammed his palms on Izuku's, ready to ignite. I don't think Aunt Mitsuki will be happy to find another desk table on her bill. This'll be the 4th one you've blown up in this month alone, Izuku said nonchalantly. A few people giggled quietly but were shut up with a death glare from Bakugou. So yeah, Izuku got made fun of every day by Bakugou's lackeys, but being friends with Kami had taught him confidence. Kami. She was gone now. She moved houses, but Izuku was happy for her, for she'd gotten into the hero course of some school. They were still in contact, of course. As if Izuku was going to let his only friend go because of a little thing such as distance. You think you're funny, huh, Deku? Bakugou spat. Humor's subjective, Izuku mumbled. You can't get into UA with a cosmetic quirk, one of Bakugou's lackeys spoke up. Whoa, didn't know the extras had lines, Izuku raised a brow. Only I get to call them extras extra, Bakugou yelled in Izuku's face as he ignited the table. Izuku jumped back in his chair, grabbing his notebook and stationery just in time. The teacher sighed and began typing an email on his computer, when really he was looking for an excuse to not deal with Bakugou. Oh, Bakugou used his quirk? I didn't see it, I was writing an email. Come on, Midoriya. You don't really think you of all people can get into UA, right? A boy asked. Says the one whose quirk is the ability to elongate his neck. What are you? A giraffe? Izuku bit his tongue to prevent himself from saying that. Don't think like that, Izuku. He reprimanded himself. All quirks are good quirks. Even your own. Yes, a quirk like that was probably more useful in hero work than mirror match. But unbeknownst to everyone but his mother, he'd been taking gymnastics, bojutsu and karate since he was sure he'd make a better hero then. What was his name again? Izuku thought, I guess they really are extras. He mused, don't think like that. That's how bullies think. Don't talk to him. Only I talk to Shitty. Bakugou screeched, now where was I, Deku? He asked, grabbing the notebook. Izuku's playful, teasing smile dropped when he realized what Bakugou was about to do. He could defend his classmates from Bakugou's wrath, but somehow, protecting his prized possession was harder. Now listen up, Deku. I won't repeat myself. I'm gonna be the only one who gets out this shithole and into you. Got that? Katsuki's hand ignited and the notebook was scorched. Izuku gasped. Katsuki! He yelled. Bakugou rolled his eyes and moved towards the window as the bell rung and the students filed out. A few sticking round to see the show, Bakugou's lackeys. I'll tell Aunt Mitsuki, Izuku warned. Don't care, Katsuki said, hiding his fear with nonchalance. Just give it back, Izuku said, trying to keep his voice level, trying to appear unfazed. Though the angry tears in his eyes refuted that. And why should I? Bakugou looked at the burnt cover, the words hardly legible, but Bakugou managed. Hero analysis for the future? Pathetic. As if someone with a quirk like yours can be a hero. Izuku tried to swipe the notebook from Bakugou's hands, but Bakugou moved it higher. You're so useless, Deku. No wonder Daddy left you. Or is that it? Daddy left you because you had a useless quirk, so now you want to prove him wrong and be a hero? I'll tell you this, Daddy Issues isn't a good hero name. You sure do like the sound of your own voice, Katsuki, Izuku sneered. Better than your whiny voice. Deku, then he dropped the book out of the window. Izuku could only watch as his book descended. He turned around to give Katsuki a good talking to, but found he was already at the door of the classroom, ready to exit. Izuku's cold glare bothered Katsuki none. Your hair-dyeing quirk is useless. If you want to be a hero so bad, maybe swan dive off the roof of this building and pray for a strong quirk in your next life. Izuku's mouth hung open a little. He wasn't angry anymore, just sad. Tears rolling down his face. He sniffled and wiped his eyes with the back of his sleeve, but more tears fell. His head hung low as he walked out of the school, backpack slung over two arms and on his hunched back. He curled in on himself, miserable. He came across his notebook, but didn't pick it up. Maybe take a swan dive off the roof of this building. The words bounced off the walls in Izuku's head, echoing. Did Bakugou care that little for life? Did Bakugou hate him that much? Was Bakugou really that messed up and that far gone? He walked around aimlessly, not even watching where he was going, but it certainly wasn't home. In fact, it was an empty alley. Well, it was empty until Izuku walked into it. And until the sewer lid popped open. And what the F is that? Living slime? Izuku didn't notice until the stench whacked him in the face. Ugh, gross, he muttered and looked up. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. Came a deep, warbling voice. All Izuku could see was a murky green substance, wet and slimy, and large, threatening. Don't worry. I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. And then Izuku knew what this was. Even with his feet glued to the ground, body frozen, paralyzed. He knew what this was. A villain attack. He was buried in it, a pile of sludge, forcing its way into his nostrils and mouth. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. Oh my God. He's dying. It's really happening. What about Mom? Cammy? What about his dreamt to become a hero? But what good is a hero who can't save himself? A hero who thrashes and claws at a villain and yet still suffocates. Helpless. Useless. Just a useless little Deku. A nobody. Izuku hated himself for thinking it, but the swan dive from the roof probably would have been less painful. If Izuku's mouth wasn't full to the brim with slime that writhed and wriggled, he would have let out a humorless chuckle. His consciousness was slipping, and the pain was almost gone. Numbness taking its place. This is how it ends? It's not like there's anything Mirror Match can do. Only a strong Quirk could defeat this villain. And in his last moments of consciousness, he thought he was dead already because there was no way that he was actually here, live and in the flesh. No, he was in a different city. Izuku was his #1 fanboy. He would have known if he was he? There was no way, but he was here. And then everything turned black. He felt a tapping on his cheek and slowly cracked open his eyes. Good. I'm glad you're all right. A booming voice came. Wait. You are all right? Izuku's eyes snapped wide open, and there in front of him was All Might? Izuku skittered backwards in surprise as tears rolled slowly down his face. All Might? He asked again, making sure. And indeed the figure standing in front of him, in all their mighty glory, big, muscular, blonde and broad, All Might, Japan's #1 hero. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I made a mistake, it'll never happen again. He patted the bottle in his pocket that now contained the sludge villain. Izuku stared in disbelief, jaw almost slamming into the ground. All Might! Izuku shrieked. Somehow they ended up on a roof. Even if I have a useless quirk, I want to be a hero. I want to save people with a smile on my face. To be a symbol of... Like you are the symbol of peace. I want to be someone people can rely on, people can trust in, people can believe in. I want to inspire people. But I don't know if I can do that with a weak quirk like mine. Izuku trailed off, refusing to meet All Might's eyes. A useless quirk? Why, there's no such thing. Izuku perked up. Say, what is your quirk, boy? I can change my hair color and eye color to match someone's appearance. I can also copy their mutations too, but not their quirks, Izuku demonstrated by turning his eyes blue and hair blonde, just like All Might's. If All Might wasn't All Might, his smile would have dropped. But All Might always smiles. So he smiled even as he shattered Izuku's dreams. Kid, being a hero is a dangerous line of work. You have to be able to protect yourself and protect others, and you can't do that, not with that quirk. Oh, was all Izuku managed to get out. The atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife, so tense it was suffocating. I must go, All Might said, feeling the smoke begin to dissipate off of him. No, I can't reveal my secret, not to some poor kid I met on the street. And so he left. He left Izuku all alone on that building. And those words of Bakugou's came to mind again. Maybe take a swan dive. He was wandering aimlessly again. You'd think he'd learn his lesson and walk straight home. He was in such a mood, not even the sight of a bunch of heroes cheered him up. But come to think of it, what were so many heroes doing in this area? And why was there a large crowd? A camera crew? And why were there explosions rocking the whole block? Izuku ran to the scene and tried to jump up to see over the crowd but was still too short. He shoved his way, as politely as possible, through the crowd and found himself at the front. The sludge villain, Izuku gasped quietly. I thought All Might caught him? This is my fault, I must have distracted him. I have to fix this, but I can't. I can't protect anyone, not with my quirk. Izuku decided he would stay to watch what happened. Maybe see if he could talk to the victim after they were saved, tell the victim they're not alone, that Izuku knows what it's like to be suffocated by that monstrous thing. Another explosion rang out, and that's when Izuku's eyes focused, zooming in on the victim. No, Izuku murmured in horror. A tuft of blonde hair stuck out and another explosion was released. Katsuki? Izuku's legs were moving before he had even decided whether he'd wanted them to. He could hear the heroes screaming for him to get back, stay back. But just because they were willing to do nothing didn't mean Izuku was willing to do nothing as well. Truth be told though, Izuku kind of saw their logic. What could someone with a quirk like his do? Heck, he was practically quirkless. He'd fought against the very same monster that held Bakugou captive now. If Bakugou, praised by all teachers, admired by his classmates, the ground he walked on worshipped by all in their school. If Bakugou, with his amazing quirk, amazing potential, and told by everyone he was going to be a hero. If that Bakugou couldn't defeat this monster, then what could someone like Izuku do? There's not much he could do, but there's a lot he couldn't. He couldn't just stand there and watch Katsuki die. Though it wasn't as if changing his appearance was going to save someone. It really wasn't. Not by a long shot, no. Oh no. But he had to try. He had to try. And if Katsuki got hurt, at least he could say he tried. The heroes couldn't. No, they stood on the sidelines uselessly, and yet he was the Deku. No, they were polishing themselves up for the cameras and playing up the concerned hero act, because if they really were all that concerned, they would have FNG helped. I don't have the right quirk for this, they said. We'll have to wait for help, they said. The victim is holding his own pretty well, he'll be fine a few moments, they said. And they kept saying and saying, but there was no doing. Bakugou's blood would be on their hands. No, that was wrong to say. Bakugou's blood would be on the sludge villain's hands, and its hands only. If the sludge villain even had hands. It didn't, not really. But it had eyes. Izuku felt like the world was moving in slow motion. It wasn't, but it sure as hell felt like it. Each step he took felt heavier than the previous. His feet pounded into the ground. Actually, that was just his heart thumping wildly. It had eyes. Izuku slung his backpack off and unzipped it, searching through it desperately, looking for something sharp. And when he found nothing, he resolved to just throwing the bag itself. Its contents spilling, but at least the bag had hit its mark. The bag's corner had landed right in the villain's eye. Then Izuku came for the villain's other eye. Imagine punching through me, not at me, Ikari-sensei had said at one of his karate lessons. Punching through you? Izuku had asked. Like punching through water. Imagine an ocean, and you want to punch through, to see the ripples dash. Is this some sort of mediation thing? I've heard of something similar. You envision an ocean or a white space, something calm. It helps with a lot of things, stress relief, quirk control. I didn't know it helped with fighting dash. You're mumbling again. Sorry, sensei, I know it's creepy. It's not creepy, it's just not the right time. Mumble later, fight now. Push through me. Izuku's hands were sweaty with anxiety, and they tingled with anticipation as Izuku reared his arm back, then punched. And an explosion went off. Except it wasn't Bakugou's. It had come off of Izuku's own hands, and maybe the pressure of things was making him crazy, making him hallucinate, because his quirk was mirror match, not explosion. Bakugou's quirk was explosions. His quirk was the ability to mirror someone. There was no way he could imitate quirks. He couldn't have missed that. The analysis doctor he visited when he was younger couldn't have missed that. She made his quirk sound so useless, unworthy. She definitely couldn't have missed that. And Izuku was sure he knew his one quirk. He knew everything there was to know about it. As self-absorbed as it may seem, he had a whole notebook dedicated to himself. What the? Bakugou seemed to finally notice him. What are you doing here, Deku? Even when Izuku was trying to save him, he still found a way to be a dickhead. Izuku would be lying if he said he hasn't considered just leaving Katsuki and letting him have it. But Izuku pushed such spiteful thoughts out of his mind. Because right now, he wasn't looking at Katsuki. He was looking at a boy who just needed help, who was too afraid to admit it, who had all these expectations on his shoulders and all these problematic ideas indoctrinated into him. This wasn't Katsuki, this was Kaken. I couldn't just let you die, Kaken. Something in Bakugou's eyes changed, almost as if they were softening. He hasn't called me Kaken in ages, Katsuki thought. And it was a heartfelt thought until Katsuki recalled the memories he had associated with such nickname. 4-year-old Midoriya held his hand out to his best friend. 4-year-old Bakugou slapped his hand away and, I don't need your help, Zuchan. And Bakugou hated the part of him that was actually considering the stupid Deku's help. He wasn't some FING damsel in distress, he could handle himself, he wouldn't get help from anyone and especially not Deku. But what if Deku really wanted to help? No, that was a ridiculous thought because Deku was always looking down on him, wasn't he? When he offered his hand after Bakugou fell. When he stood in the way of Bakugou and his victims. When he stood up to Bakugou. When he got better than Bakugou in tests at school, though half the time Bakugou was the one who got better than him instead, so they were even. And even now he was looking down on Bakugou. Like Bakugou was some frail idiot who couldn't look after himself. 14-year-old Bakugou sneered, "I don't need your help, Yuden Deku. Stop looking down on me." Sludge filled Bakugou's mouth again. "I looked up to you, Kaken," Izuku thought. "I never looked down on you." Izuku hadn't realized it yet, but his hair had already turned blonde, his eyes red, and he was sweating profusely. "Stop exploding everywhere, Kaken. You need to aim at its weak points." But Katsuki couldn't, not from where he was positioned, in the center of all the sludge. It was impossible to aim at the creature's eyes from such an angle. So Izuku would do it for him. The creature was getting riled up, especially as he recognized Izuku as his previous victim. "It's you again. I guess I'll have to take you both." Izuku reached for the creature's eye, but the villain knew this trick already. It wasn't going to work unless Izuku had the element of surprise. Only this was a surprise to him and himself. He was in the air, explosions coming out of his hands, giving him flight. "Oh my God," Izuku gasped. He really was using Kaken's quirk? There was no debate about it this time. This wasn't a figment of his imagination, it wasn't because it felt so freaking real. And if it wasn't for the serious situation at hand, Izuku found he'd probably be giggling like a child at the excitement of flying. He finally understood why Katsuki got in trouble for illegal quirk usage so much. I mean, who wouldn't want to use a quirk like that all the time? Unfortunately, this new power didn't give Izuku an immediate, infinite, instinctual understanding of Bakugou's quirk, but luckily that notebook wasn't only for heroes. Izuku knew how to use Bakugou's quirk. He continued making explosions until he'd flown up and his foot was eye level with the villain. He kicked and rebounded, back-flipping and landing on the ground. In surprise, the villain momentarily lost its grip on Bakugou. And a moment was all Izuku needed. He jumped through a small gap right beside where Kaken was being held. Izuku jumped, grabbing onto Kaken's collar, then pushed through, tackling Kaken to the floor. They'd made it. The villain no longer had them. Izuku and Katsuki tumbled to the ground. Katsuki stopped rolling first and landed on his back. Then Izuku landed a few paces away on his front. "How's that for a useless quirk, huh, Kaken?" Izuku asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Kaken huffed, but it sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "Zip, coo." Katsuki's chest heaved, slowly rising and falling. Izuku laughed breathlessly. Then, "Detroit SMASH. We're safe," Izuku breathed. Katsuki couldn't believe he'd been saved by Deku. What a blow to his ego. This idiot would probably think they were friends now, as if one traumatic experience could spawn a friendship. It couldn't. And Katsuki couldn't believe he'd allowed himself to be helped by Deku. But Kaken decided that he was just having an off day, that any other day he would have been able to save himself without the help of Deku and his. Had Deku used Kaken's quirk? That's what it had looked like, but maybe Katsuki was just a little mixed up due to the villain attack. But deep down Katsuki knew he needed the help, and deep down he appreciated it. So for once, just this once, he would let it slide. Yeah, idiot," Katsuki said and flopped his head to the side to look at Deku. "We're safe. Oh, you two boys are so strong. Your quirks are amazing. Do you two have the same quirks? Are you brothers? Do you have the ability to copy quirks? You guys were awesome out there. You saved him. That was so heroic of you, little man. As an award for saving him, you can get my autograph." By this time, Katsuki had already teased and walked off, completely ignoring the heroes that sing him and Midoriya praise. Midoriya hadn't left yet. Not yet, but he wished he had. Normally he would be ecstatic to be in front of so many heroes, and the fact that they were all telling him how great he was too, how much they admired him. Normally Midoriya would have fainted. But right now, he was probably going to pop a blood vessel with the way his head was throbbing, in anger. Izuku knew it was rude, but maybe these heroes deserved rude because he couldn't help but laugh in their faces. I can't believe you, he laughed. The heroes fell silent, and Midoriya was completely oblivious to the cameras on him. He stopped laughing suddenly, and his face went serious. He fought down a grimace at the words he was about to say, but they needed to be said. And no one else was going to do it, so he was. The audacity that you heroes have to praise me for doing your job for you? He asked, as if unsure that was what really happened, giving them a chance to correct him if he was wrong. Because maybe he'd misinterpreted the situation and the heroes hadn't actually just stood on the sidelines ready to watch Katsuki die. Excuse me? The lady asked. You're excused. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude and I should probably calm down. But seriously, you guys are the heroes here. I'm just a 14-year-old boy who is still in middle school. And I had to step in and risk my life because you guys couldn't do your job dash. Our quirks weren't right for the job dash. Kamui Woods tried. Yeah, neither was mine. Izuku yelled, how does the ability to copy quirks fight a monster like that? The quirk I copied was Explosion, the same quirk Bakugou was using to fend off the villain himself, but it didn't work for him and didn't exactly work for me. What did work was using my brain. You guys all rely on your quirks way too much. The villain had eyes, an obvious weakness, and you're telling me none of you even thought of that. You're telling me you heroes were outsmarted by a middle schooler. You're telling me you heroes would rather sit and look pretty instead of saving somebody. Isn't that what being a hero is all about though? Saving people. I don't care if you don't think you can help, I didn't think I could either, but I tried. And because of that, Bakugou is still alive. So don't praise me for doing your job, be ashamed of yourself instead. Midoriya scorned them. The heroes looked taken aback. They stood in awkward silence until Midoriya had left. Get those cameras out of my face. An lady demanded when she realized the whole ordeal had been recorded the entire time. Izuku walked home with a new sense of pride. He did that. He had shut down the heroes, he taught them a lesson. He had saved Bakugou, someone who didn't deserve to be saved by Midoriya, someone who had tormented Midoriya as much as he could, which wasn't that much since Midoriya would always fight back, but that's not to say Midoriya didn't walk home with burns sometimes. Similarly, Bakugou would walk home with a black eye. Maybe their rivalry wasn't as one-sided as Midoriya had originally thought. Maybe he liked the idea of being able to be better than Bakugou, to prove him wrong after all these years. After all, he had a quirk upgrade. Izuku still didn't really understand what had happened. But he'd analyzed so many other people's quirks, he was sure he'd have no trouble analyzing his own. So lost in thought as he walked home backpackless, he hadn't noticed a broad figure land right in front of him until they announced their entrance with a loud, "I am here." Midoriya should have been bouncing up and down with joy, but instead he wanted to cry. What? Was All Might here to remind him again that he couldn't be a hero? That All Might was the one who'd really saved Bakugou, not him? That Midoriya was hopeless and his quirk was still useless? Are you always this extra? Midoriya asked, trying to play up nonchalance. Trying to act like he didn't care that his idol was here, looking down on him. Oh, All Might sputtered. Why are you here? Izuku snapped. He hadn't meant to snap, but can you blame him for being in a bad mood? And he was in such a good mood earlier too, but All Might just had to bring him down from that high. I'm sorry, All Might said, for a lot of things, but mostly for what I said to you on the roof of that building. I was wrong, you can be a hero. Because I have a more powerful quirk now? Izuku asked irritably. All Might didn't think he could have been a hero until his quirk upgraded, and now he wanted to change his mind. That's laughable. No, because it isn't the quirk that makes the user, it's the user that makes the quirk. I didn't know that until you showed me, All Might said truthfully. What? Izuku asked, dropping to his knees, in confusion and admiration, hope, anticipation? Izuku doesn't know what caused his knees to buckle, but now he was staring up at his idol, eyes watering. Your quirk doesn't determine who you are. Your quirk can't deem you useless or powerful or good or bad. It's what you do with it. Your quirk can't determine whether or not you can be a hero, it's you who must determine that. Are you saying that I can become a hero too? Izuku croaked. No, Izuku blanched and All Might chuckled. I should clarify. Izuku tilted his head slightly, beckoning for All Might to continue. You can't become a hero because you already are one, All Might said, holding out his hand to the boy. Do you really mean that? Izuku asked, disbelief evident in his tone as he hesitantly took All Might's hand and stood up. You ran without thinking. That might sound reckless, but you ran because you saw someone in danger. You didn't even think of yourself. If anything, that's heroic, All Might said, and on that note I must apologize again, for I didn't take action dash. But you did. It was the other heroes who didn't. Izuku cried out. Right then and there, All Might considered revealing his secret. Telling the boy the truth, that he in his skinny form had also stood at the sidelines and did nothing, not until he saw a young boy do his job for him. All Might smiled sadly. Yeah, but I was late. When I realized that the sludge villain had escaped, I considered going back, to find it and fight it. Then there's no reason to apologize dash. I'm not finished. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. I considered. But I didn't. I was tired, and yes, believe it or not, the symbol of peace does get tired. All Might smiled sheepishly. And so I didn't go back until I saw the news and I saw you out there fighting. You inspired me. I inspired you. Izuku screeched. He couldn't believe his ears. He had inspired his inspiration. All Might, his favorite hero, the reason he wanted to be a hero. Izuku could vaguely remember the moment he had decided he wanted to be like All Might. It was probably that video he always came back to for comfort. Admittedly, it was a weird comfort video, but Izuku didn't care. It was off All Might, saving people from a fire. And after seeing that video, Izuku just knew he had to be like him. Not soon after, he was playing heroes with his mother in an All Might onesie. She would hide under the duvet covers and pretend she needed help, whilst Izuku would burst through the door, arms held up triumphantly in the air, and yell in a high-pitched voice and with a bright grin, "I am here." And oh boy, was he here now. He was here in front of his idol, and he'd made it. He was here, exactly where he wanted to be. In front of his hero, and with new hope. He really could do it. Everybody thought he was in denial before when he said he could be a hero. Izuku himself sometimes thought he was being delusional. But he was here. And he could do it. It still didn't feel real at all though. All Might, the All Might, had seen him on the news and was inspired to take action. Wait, did you say I was on the news? Izuku said, his pupils shrinking and eyes widening. Yes. All Might said slowly, confusedly. How could the boy not know that he'd be on the news? He had fought a literal villain. Oh my god. My mom's gonna panic. She must be so worried dash. Izuku kept yelling at such speed All Might could hardly make out any words. Sorry, I've got to go. Izuku ran off but then ran back. Can I get a picture of you? You mean with me? All Might asked. Yes. Izuku yelled. They took a picture, but before Izuku could run off again, All Might put a hand on the boy's shoulder. All Might? Izuku asked, turning around to face the giant. I can't give it to him now. All Might thought, he's scrawny, not so much so. He looks like he occasionally works out, maybe some extracurricular sport. But his body wouldn't be able to handle it. And he's just developed a new aspect to his quirk. I can't give him another one, not yet. But I have to help him on his journey to being a hero, even greater than I. Okay, I have a proposition for you, young. All Might paused awkwardly. Izuku stood there, confused, before he realized, Midoriya, he supplied. Midoriya Izuku. Ahem, All Might coughed to clear his throat. Young Midoriya? I assume you plan on attending UA? It's the nearest hero school and the best one in Japan. Izuku nodded excitedly. As you know best, you can't just rely on your quirk to become a hero. All Might continued with Izuku hanging on to his every word. Of course you still do need to learn more about your quirk. We'll work on that dash. Izuku murmured, but All Might didn't hear him as he continued. And you're clearly a bright child. So we don't need to work on your intelligence, though we could still work on strategy, All Might said. Izuku didn't understand why All Might was saying we, but he nodded along anyways. And you'll be taught how to fight dash. Bojutsu, gymnastics, karate, Izuku said, I do them all. Oh, All Might said, Well, in such case, all we really need to work on is your body dash. Excuse me? I should work on my phrasing. Agreed. What I mean is, you're kind of skinny. Izuku tried to hide his offense as he ped his head to the side, beckoning All Might to continue. So we'll fix that. Of course I'm very busy, but I have a trainer at my agency. And I could assign him to you. I get to work with one of All Might's trainers? Here, All Might handed Izuku a small slip of paper containing an address and time. Izuku looked down at the paper and read it with no shortage of awe and excitement. When he looked up though, All Might was gone and there was a bit of smoke. Huh! Was all Izuku could say before he left and practically skipped all the way home. Aizu? Inko asked as she heard the apartment door open. When she saw him, standing there in the doorway, grin on his face, and no serious bruises, she rushed over to him and crushed him in a hug. You're okay. I can't breathe, he wheezed. She let go of him then stood with her arms crossed over her plump body. Don't ever scare me like that again. You call me when these things happen, Aizu. Don't you think I worry about you? I'm sorry, Mom, Izuku sighed. But that's enough, we're having a celebration. Katsudan. Izuku cheered. But that's not all. Inko went bumbling around the house, looking for something. When she found it, she held it out proudly in front of him. I know it's a bit scrappy, but I made it the moment I saw you on the news. Izuku's eyes filled with tears as he looked at the green hero costume his mother held out to him. You don't like it? She asked sadly. I love it and... He squished her in a hug. She believes in me, Izuku thought contentedly. Now I will support you, like I should have done before. I will atone for my mistakes, for not telling you before that you could do it. I should have seen it all along. Nothing can stop my baby from being a hero. And somewhere on a completely different side of the city, a black-haired boy the age of Izuku sat, watching a video over and over again. You're telling me you heroes would rather sit and look pretty instead of saving somebody? That's exactly what I did when my friend needed help, the boy thought. Isn't that what being a hero is all about though? Saving people? That is what it's about. And that's why I'll be a hero too. If this boy my age can do it, then so can I. I don't care if you don't think you can help. I didn't think I could either, but I tried. Thank you. Because of you, whoever you are, I have to try. It doesn't matter what quirk I have, it's not flashy and impressive. But I have to try. The boy looked at himself in the mirror and made the decision that tomorrow, he would buy a bottle of red hair dye. A week later, Midoriya found himself at the Bakugou table. Izuku sat next to his mother and opposite him sat Katsuki, opposite his mother sat Masaru. And at the end of the table in the head of family seats sat Mitsuki. Masaru and Inko were making small talk, talking about their jobs and such with Mitsuki giving the occasional comment. When Mitsuki wasn't doing this, she was sending Katsuki warning glares to make sure he didn't act out of line. The fateful day 9 years ago when Inko had sat at a coffee table with her and her husband still in her head. She couldn't believe her son had done such a thing and so, she proposed they continue their monthly dinners. It was a tradition, ever since Izuku was little to have monthly dinner with the Bakugou so that Izuku and Katsuki could play and the adults could catch up. But now, it seemed more of a way of checking that Katsuki wasn't bullying Izuku and that Izuku wasn't going to report Katsuki and ruin his future. It was awkward, to say the least. For his mom's sake, Izuku would pretend Katsuki and him were on good terms, though he refused to use the name Kaken. Kaken was reserved for an ambitious but kind boy, the one Katsuki used to be. And Katsuki would settle for calling him Izuku instead of Deku, though sometimes he made slip-ups. You know, all habits die hard and all. It was exhausting to keep up this act for their parents. Katsuki did it so he wouldn't get sent to therapy and Izuku did it so his mother wouldn't worry. Besides, she had no reason to worry. Izuku had it under control anyways. He wasn't completely alone at school, though he switched friend groups every week. He always had a place to sit at lunch, he always had at least one friend. And yeah, there were mean comments but Izuku could handle them, and he could bite back. And if somebody threw a punch Izuku would dodge, courtesy of his classes at Tekaisashai Kuritsu. He tried to avoid hurting people where he could, but if he had to fight back instead of dodging then he would, especially if he was standing up for someone else rather than himself. So Izuku's school life still SED. But he needn't worry Inko about it. Even if he got notes in his locker sometimes, telling him that he should. How's school? Masaru asked the pair of them. Come on, you already know the answer. I'm top of the class as per usual. Katsuki roared. Masaru and Inko winced whilst Mitsuki said, That's my boy. We had a maths test recently. It was pretty hard dash. Please, Izuku. That test was easy as F dash. Maybe you're just too stupid to handle it. Inko narrowed her eyes suspiciously at him as he called her son stupid, and Mitsuki reached over the table to give her son a whack on the head. Well then, what did you get on the test? Izuku asked. I got 98%. Top of the class. He sent Izuku a smirk. What he hadn't noticed was the mischievous glint in Izuku's eyes. But he did notice the triumphant smile that began to stretch on Izuku's face. I happen to have gotten 99%, Izuku said, innocently, and when no one else was looking he may or may not have sent Katsuki a smirk and a wink. He'd actually gotten 98.5% on the test, but that rounds up to 99%, so who cares? Antagonizing Katsuki whilst his parents were around was honestly fun for Izuku. Izuku knew he probably shouldn't enjoy this, but why not? Didn't Katsuki deserve this at least? Izuku knew he had the upper hand here with the presence of Katsuki's parents. He would enjoy this while it lasted. For he knew he'd be little, stuttering Deku the moment they got back into school. Well, I got 100% on the literature test. Katsuki replied. Well done, so did I, Izuku grinned. You're lying. Teach said I was first in class. Yeah, tied first. Izuku you demen bsrd dash. Suki. Mitsuki yelled impossibly louder. Didn't you have something you wanted to tell Izuku? She gritted her teeth. Katsuki groaned. Thank you for Savitha. Thank you for pushing me out of the sludge villain, even though I could have handled it without you stealing my demon quirk, you copycat. Really, Izuku thought dryly, he can't even admit that I saved him. Disappointed but not surprised. You're welcome, Izuku replied politely. Ow. Katsuki had kicked him underneath the table. Izuku kicked him back. Stop kicking me. You started it. Oh God, Masaru said quietly, hanging his head in his arms. Katsuki, stop that. Mitsuki yelled. I thought he said things were getting better between him and Katsuki. Inko shook her head. Sadly, I think this is what better looks like, Masaru commented. For the remainder of dinner, Inko helped Mitsuki wash the plates. Izuku and Masaru cleared the table whilst Katsuki sat on the couch throwing a hissy fit. Shitty Deku. Who does he think he is? Walking into my house and trying to one-up me. Trying to make me look bad in front of father and the old hag. I'll show him. At school tomorrow. During lunch or break. Probably both. And I'm the one with the creepy mumbling, Izuku said, plopping himself down on the couch next to Katsuki. Don't talk to me, shitty Deku, Katsuki grumbled. Okay then. We can just sit in silence, Izuku said as he sat cross-legged next to Katsuki. Only a few seconds in the silence and Katsuki was already in agony. Of course he was. Loud people hate silence. Why did you do it? Katsuki asked. Do what? Izuku replied. You know what I'm talking about. Why? Because it was dash. Don't give me that, it's the right thing to do bullshit. Tell me the truth, it's because you wanted to look better than me, right? Using my own quirk better than me on live TV. Show off. Trying to make me look bad. Katsuki, I wouldn't dash. Even calling me by that pathetic nickname you haven't used since we were trying to belittle me and make me look stupid. Well, it won't FING work, Deku. Know that it won't FING work. You'd better have applied for other schools because you're not going to get into UA. You can't become a hero with borrowed power. Your quirk is still useless as ever that you have to copy other quirks. My blonde hair didn't even suit you. At this point Izuku was convinced that Katsuki was talking more to himself than Izuku, so he sat and got lost in his own thoughts and ignoring the boy next to him, thoughts about tonight, the evening when he'd finally meet All Might's trainer. Thought you would have given up on your garbage dream by now. Hopeless coward. As if you could ever be half as great as All Might. But me? I'm going to be better than All Might, so much better. Number 1 hero of Japan? I'm gonna be number 1 hero of the FING world, and you'll watch me climb to the top whilst you're stuck at the bottom. I can't wait to meet All Might's trainer. I wonder what he looks like. He's probably tall and muscular for sure. I wonder what his quirk is. I need to remember to bring a notebook. Maybe his quirk is strength augmentation type. Or he could have a regular, non-strength related quirk but is stupidly built anyways. And I'm going to be built too. I'll be strong. And I'll be a DMin good hero. Right where you belong. I'll surpass you, our classmates, everyone. And Dash. I wonder why he wants to meet at Dagoba Beach though. Last I checked, the beach was full of trash. Because of that though, nobody goes around that area. It's genius. It gives me free rein to practice my quirk. Are you even listening to me? I haven't really had any opportunities to practice my quirk's new development. I can copy appearances and quirks, but is my quirk exactly the same as theirs? After all, my appearance isn't exactly the same, it just matches. Izuku was mumbling out loud now. Oi! Katsuki yelled. What if I end up with a watered-down version of their quirk? Can I use a quirk I don't understand? Do I have to have met the person to use their quirk and appearance? If I copied a picture of someone from the past, will I get what their quirk was like back then? If I copy someone's quirk currently, can I do whatever their quirk can do currently? Would I be able to do their special moves without practice? Can I copy any quirk or only the quirks of people I've met? Are there quirks out there too complex or strong for me to use? Could I copy All Might's cure dash? Izuku. His mom called. What? He asked, annoyed, for his train of thought had been interrupted. We're leaving. Already? Not that I'm complaining. Okay, Mom, I'm coming. Izuku checked his phone. It had been 2 minutes and the trainer still hadn't shown up. Ever since he'd gotten to the beach, all he'd seen was miles and miles of trash and some skinny blonde guy in the distance. At All Might. What? No, All Might wouldn't lie. Would he? Was this all some sort of sick joke? Some prank on Izuku? To make him think he had a chance to be a hero? Or had All Might changed his mind and decided Izuku wasn't worth it? That he wouldn't send his trainer after all? Izuku hadn't realized when he'd started jogging, but he had. And soon he found himself standing behind the blonde guy, about to ask him if he'd seen anybody around that could possibly be Izuku's trainer. Izuku tapped the man on the arm. The man spun around and Izuku gasped. His eyes were black, almost devoid of life, apart from the blue irises. The man was painfully skinny and his clothes were overly baggy. The man's head was slim and his hair stuck out like a lion's mane. Before Izuku could ask the man if he'd seen anybody, the man spoke up first. Ah, you must be my trainee. Izuku asked dumbly. I'm Yagi Toshinori. All Might said he had somebody for me to train, the man said, holding out his hand to shake. Izuku, caught by surprise, stuttered out. That's me. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Yagi, and shook his hand. It's nice to meet you, to Dash. Yagi's words were cut off by blood flying out of his mouth as he began hacking. Izuku took steps, way more than necessary, backwards, putting a large distance between them. He looked down at his clothes and was relieved to find them not stained with blood. Yagi? He asked in surprise in a high-pitched voice, are you okay? Cautiously, he took small steps towards the man. Don't worry, this is normal for me, Dash. Normal? It's nothing you should be concerned about. Are you dying? Izuku asked, then clamped shut his mouth and chided himself. You can't just ask someone if they're dying. No. I can assure you I'm not dying, Yagi said awkwardly, and I can assure you I'm capable of supervising your training. Of course, of course. I mean, anyone recommended by All Might has to be amazing at this sort of thing, and, oh my god, I still can't believing I'm training with someone who works for All Might. Eager are we? Shall we start then? Yagi asked, chuckling. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. In that case, clean the beach, Yagi ordered. Izuku's smile slowly dropped and he looked at Yagi blankly, blinking a few times before saying, I'm sorry? Izuku lay flopped backwards onto his bed and let out a low groan. His muscles were so sore, they burned, they ached, they hurt. And it was only day Izuku didn't know if he would survive his karate class the next day. Ikari-sensei had said it was time for him to finally get his black belt, but with Izuku's aching muscles, he wasn't sure he would pass. Izuku was pitted against a fellow classmate, one he didn't talk to often. She had black hair and green eyes. He couldn't even remember her name. All he knew was that her quirk was mild enhanced speed and it couldn't be turned off. So he was at an obvious disadvantage here. No matter. He would pull through. Like he always does in the face of hardship. The girl he was facing was a fellow brown belt, fighting him to get her black belt. Ikari-sensei had said the winner of the match would gain a black belt and the loser would be stuck on the brown belt for at least another month. They bowed to each other and then begun. His opponent was so quick with her swing that he ducked under her arm at the last moment. Coming up again, he parried a few hits before becoming overwhelmed and resorting to regular blocking. Then in it, he thought, she's too fast. But being on the defense allowed him some time to analyze his opponent and discover things, such as the way her left knee bent way too much when she punched, and the way her foot almost hovered above the ground at times when she leaned forward. And the look he saw in her eyes. She already thought she'd won. Midoriya grinned as he saw her next punch coming. She had a pattern. Right, left, right. He saw the punch coming from a mile away and grabbed her arm as it stretched out. He ducked underneath said arm but still held on to hold her in place, then he kicked the back of her left knee and watched her stumble, yet not fall to the ground as he had hoped. However, when she regained balance and turned to face him, he was ready with a strike. Now he was in the offense, now he had the upper hand. No holding back. He went forward, jabs and kicks. He kicked her in the jaw and then swiped at her feet. He always kept her guessing, made his movements unpredictable. Yeah, he was unpredictable. But she was fast. She formed her hands as if she were gripping imaginary tennis ball and launched at him, digging her fingers into his biceps and turning the tables. Then with one of her hands struck with the heel of her palm. Izuku was angry at himself for not seeing it coming. After all, it wasn't too long ago that sensei had taught them, attack the arm that attacks you. Izuku stumbled and she pressed the advantage decisively, striking him again so that he fell on the floor. Grabbing his flailing arms, she pinned them to his side. "Do you yield?" she asked breathlessly. Izuku struggled in her grip, simply grunting. "I'll take that as a no?" He headbutted her and she fell to his side. Immediately both of them were up again. She shot an elbow up his abdomen, taking his center and watching him fall again to the ground. But he was up again immediately. He landed a kick on the underside of her chin and she could already feel a bruise forming. She grabbed his leg and in panic he grabbed her jet black hair, desperate for something to hold onto, to keep him upright. Yanking her hair, they both tumbled to the ground. They rolled over for a little while and when they came to a halt, Izuku's body immediately jerked backwards as the girl underneath him tried to punch Izuku's chest. He only just managed to dodge her attack. After that though, she did manage to strike him, a lot. Striking her aggressor in opposing directions, he could not muster his composure any longer, or at least sufficiently enough to counterattack. So he quickly moved off of her and put some space between them so he'd have time to think. But she was fast. So what was the need for time? With a grimace, she lurched at him and he grabbed her fist. She kicked him in the groin and he let out a cry of pain. He looked in front of him, ready to strike, but she wasn't there. He whipped his head around but was far too late, for she had kicked him in his back and sent him to the ground. After a jab at his cheekbone and kick to his ankle, she sat on top of his back and had his arms pinned behind him. All right, Izuku gasped for air. "I yield." "I lied," Ikari said. "Prior to this battle I knew you both were ready for the black belt. No matter the outcome you were both going to receive it. I was just curious as to how well you fight under pressure, and you both fought well. Yamamoto, you won, but don't let it get to your head, for I'm sure that if you both fought 10 times, Midoriya would win 5 of those times. But you did well, and I'm proud of you. You also, Midoriya, you did well. I wish to know, will you continue your lessons here?" "Yes," Yamamoto Akane answered. "I plan to continue my training here, though I may have to reduce my sessions to once a week rather than twice as I'm moving into my 3rd year of high school." Izuku pondered it for a moment. He and his mother had had this discussion. Money wasn't a problem, but it was. Yes, Inko could afford the classes, but it didn't mean she had to. Her money could be better spent now that Izuku had already had these classes for long enough. Not to mention that Hisashi had stopped sending money. I don't think so. I think I'm going to quit Bojutsu and gymnastics too. I have a busy schedule. Izuku thought about his new schedule that said he would clean the beach on every odd day, running on Tuesdays and practicing his quirk on Thursdays and Saturdays. Well, I will miss you lots, Midoriya, Ikari-sensei said, but it's okay, I'll see you in a couple of years. Confusion was clear on Izuku's face. How? Where? In the hero rankings. Izuku pushed at the fridge, but it didn't budge. It was the end of his first month and all the small objects had been cleared. Now it was time to move on to bigger things. I thought I was stronger than this, he grunted. Don't be downtrodden, young Midoriya. You are making progress and shouldn't expect to wake up one day and magically be strong enough to lift a car, Yagi told him. Izuku went to disagree but was cut off when Yagi reminded him of their second session, wherein Izuku pushed himself too hard and fainted. It's okay to have limits, Midoriya. Everyone has limits, even All Might has limits. What matters is pushing past those limits, healthily, Yagi warned. Izuku nodded. Now, let's find some medium-sized things for you to move, Izuku nodded. 2 months in. Yagi, what kind of diet should I have? I've heard that there's no point in working out if your diet doesn't match. So I need to eat healthily, right? Greens and salads. Not at all. You just need the right calorie intake and preferably a balanced diet. But it's a myth that eating a bunch of fruits and veg makes you healthy and fit. Izuku put his pen to his chin as he sat on an oven, then he scribbled a few words in his notebook labeled, exam preparation. 3 months in. So your quirk relies on your memory? Yagi asked. Izuku nodded. I need to recall exactly how a person looks like, otherwise I can't copy their appearance nor their quirk. But wouldn't it be hard to remember exactly what a person looks like? Yagi asked. It is. Izuku replied. The only people I can always remember well enough are my mom, All Might and Katsuki. You can copy All Might's quirk? Yagi asked, baffled. No. I tried, it didn't work at all. I couldn't even feel his quirk. But I copied his appearance, Izuku said. So, if your quirk relies on memory, how do you plan on getting around that? Do you okay memory games or? Oh, that's simple. You see how I have a bunch of notebooks? Izuku pulled out 5 from his backpack. I used to contain drawings of the users in them, but now I take pictures instead and stick them in. This way, as long as I have my notebook, I'll have access to their quirks. And what of when you're in the middle of a villain attack? You can't very well just pull out a notebook? I haven't thought of that. I'm sure I'll find a way around it eventually. Izuku smiled brightly. By the 4th month, Izuku had really starting to see changes. The first change being the female attention he started getting. Like that time he was the library and some girl asked for his number. The only other girl who had his number was Kami, so understandably he panicked and scared her off. The reason he was getting female attention had made no sense until Bakugou had pointed out one day, just because you've got a couple of muscles and picking up a couple of chicks doesn't mean you should go getting big-headed about it. And what are you doing working out anyways? Don't tell me you're training for Udim Deku. Not to mention Izuku had also grown a bit taller. He now stood at 5 feet 6 inches instead of 5 foot. Izuku used his back to push the fridge. Was the sound he made as he struggled to move the large object. However, he did manage to push the fridge across the beach and into the van that was to take the trash away. But that also left him so tried and for that reason, incapacitated for the remainder of the session, so he instead resorted to theorizing about his own quirk instead. He even had a whole notebook dedicated to his own quirk. 5 months in. Izuku ran up and down the noticeably clearer beach. It wasn't completely clear. There was still a lot of trash, but it was clear enough for Izuku to have a path up and down it to go for a jog or sprint. Izuku was so pumped up though that he wasn't even running, he was leaping. The wind blowing through his curly, green locks. The sun reflecting off of his eyes and making them shine impossibly brighter. The cold wind blowing up his shirt and whipping past his ears. The calm. All Might? Izuku stuttered as he took notice of a large figure watching him. Yes, it's good to see you again, young Midoriya, All Might said. What's wrong? Did something happen to Yagi? Izuku asked, or maybe Yagi just wasn't here. After all, the man had a life outside of Izuku and wasn't always present at his training sessions. No. I just wanted to see how far along you were. All Might lied. What he had really come to do was reveal his secret, his injury, his quirk. To tell the boy and to give him his power, make him his successor. But Night Eye was still pressing him about another boy, and All Might wasn't even sure if Izuku was ready yet. Oh well, I haven't done much dash. There's a difference between being modest and insecure, Midoriya, All Might said. You have nothing to be insecure about, you are brave and strong, so be proud of yourself. And show me what you've got. He flashed his trademark All Might grin. All right, Izuku said. Izuku first did a couple of demonstrations of his quirk. His first demonstration was simply changing his appearance to look like All Might himself. Izuku's hair was blonde and his eyes blue. His second demonstration was Izuku copying his mother's quirk by memory. This time his appearance didn't change much due to the uncanny resemblance between him and his mother. But he demonstrated to All Might the minor telekinesis his mother had. His third demonstration was copying Ikari-sensei's quirk using a photo. This came with an explanation that Izuku could only use the past form of Ikari's quirk because the photo was of a past Ikari. This meant that if Ikari's quirk was stronger now, Izuku wouldn't be able to access such strength. His fourth demonstration was push-ups and his fifth was sprinting as fast as he could. His sixth demonstration was sparring. Against All Might. Are you sure this is, wise? I mean, I'm honored to spar with you, All Might, but I could never beat you. Not even if you used half of your power, Izuku said, looking down at his feet. I'm not expecting you to beat me, my boy. I just want to know how long you can last. And then All Might let out a booming laugh that should have sounded encouraging but was honestly just intimidating. Oh, okay, Izuku said. Can I prepare first? Of course. All Might boomed. In most cases a hero has time to prepare before they fight. I give you 2 minutes. Only 2. I said heroes had time to prepare. I never said they had a lot of time. But what about cases that need detective work? Looking into, finding the suspect and figuring out their quirk instead of going into a battle blind? Izuku asked. And what of the fights where you see a hero robbing the bank on your way home from the shops and as a hero it is your duty to step in? You take more than 2 minutes to prepare and the criminals have already made their escape, All Might replied smugly. Izuku could see the sense in All Might's words, so he took his 2 minutes and used them wisely. Who are the best fighters I know? Izuku fought. Bakugou came to head, but then Izuku realized that Bakugou's technique was never precise. He was always thrashing around and yelling and blowing things up. He wasn't the type of person Izuku wanted to embody, not right now. As if explosions would do anything to All Might. It was a question of who would last the longest in a fight. And in a fight against All Might, if you're trying to survive, the obvious option is to go on the defensive. Bakugou's quirk doesn't do defensive. So Izuku looked at his phone and tried to memorize the picture in the 2 minutes he has. It was a picture he'd taken on his last day at Tekisashai Kuritsu, where he'd learnt bojutsu, karate, and gymnastics. It was a picture of him with his 3 teachers behind him. Ikari stood on the left and had one hand on Izuku's shoulder whilst giving a smile to the camera. Kai stood in the center behind Izuku and also had a hand on his shoulder, the other one. She wore a small smile. Rinchi stood on the right side of Izuku and was yelling at some kid who was off screen. He scanned the photo, memorizing every feature on each of his teachers' faces. Memorizing their clothing too. And before he knew it, his time was up. Ready, young Midoriya? All Might asked. Izuku looked up at All Might and got into a fighting stance, his hair turning gray and his eyes brown. He activated Ikari's quirk, Battle Stance. Battle Stance. The ability to have perfect form or posture when running, fighting, or simply standing. You make the first move, All Might said. Izuku did nothing. He knew it wasn't wise to make the first move. Normally in a fight you'd make the first move to get the upper hand, but in a fight against All Might, how did one attain the upper hand? When Izuku did nothing, All Might decided to make his move instead. Charging forwards towards the boy. Izuku held his arms up in a cross, guarding his head, and he dug his heels into the ground. Despite this, the green-haired boy was flung backwards by All Might's force and landed in a pile of trash. With a low groan, Izuku was up again immediately. His hair changing from gray to his normal green and his eyes changing from brown to green also. His clothes also changed back to their normal color. He had no time at all to mirror another person because All Might had made another move, kicking Izuku. Izuku's back hit the pile of trash from earlier, and Izuku then fell forwards into his front. As All Might prepared his next move, Izuku's hair turned from green to silver and his eyes from viridian to pink, courtesy of Kai Rinchi. His clothes also changed color to match the clothes Kai had worn in the picture Izuku had memorized. He then activated her quirk. Reflex. Though his quirk didn't give him an immediate and infinite understanding of one's quirk, Izuku happened to be lucky enough to know his senseis well enough that he knew how their quirks worked. Izuku hoped learning to use other people's quirks would be just as easy in the future, but if it wasn't, at least his trusty notebook would help. As All Might went to put a foot on Izuku's back, the boy rolled around and grabbed the foot, stopping it from crushing him in the back. But Izuku's strength was nothing compared to strength that All Might had. All Might's foot still pushed, and Izuku found his hands being pinned to his chest by it. Arg! Izuku screamed, trying to push back. Fortunately, Izuku's battle cry caught All Might off guard and the man momentarily stopped pushing. Izuku used this opportunity to roll out of the way and was up on his feet again. His hair turned from silver to green to black, and his eyes from pink to green to turquoise. Now he was mirroring Ito, his gymnastics instructor. He figured that reflex was very similar to Ito's quirk, perfect timing. Only that perfect timing meant that you still needed to know what you were doing to do it, but reflex was more of an instinct. However, Izuku knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to strike back, and reflex was for the defensive. Perfect timing was perfect for offense. If Izuku was going to last, he couldn't stay on the defense forever. He'd wear out. The least he could do is slow All Might down a bit, though he suspected that was impossible. After all, the man still had that infuriating, inspiring smile on his face. Izuku charged at All Might, and again the man was caught by surprise. He's expected Izuku to stay on the defense, which Izuku realized would have been the most logical thing to do after All Might caught his swing and used it to flip the boy behind his broad back. As Izuku was flipped, he used perfect timing to time his landing. He landed, bending his knees like he was taught, and then Izuku ran to the left. All Might had tried to throw a punch, but Izuku had gotten out of the way, in perfect timing. Izuku tried to swipe his foot around All Might's legs to trip the man, but it didn't work. The man was too heavy. Izuku dodged another blow and found himself behind All Might. He kicked All Might's knees and the man stumbled. When All Might turned around, he was met with an explosion to his face. And when the dust cleared, there was no sight of the green-haired boy. But there was a blonde-haired boy approaching from behind him, trying to be stealthy. All Might turned around abruptly and saw Izuku creeping up to him, blonde hair and red eyes. Izuku threw a punch and ignited his fist as he did so. All Might had gone in to grab the fist and was met with an explosion. Immediately, All Might had to let go of the fist due to the explosion. And then Izuku's turned back to his original appearance. But not for long, for he had a trick up his sleeve. Something he'd been working on in the training sessions where Yagi wasn't present because he'd wanted to surprise him with it. Izuku had been memorizing a certain hero. With Izuku's training, he soon realized he could only mirror people he'd met before, which obviously limited him. But then he thought back to that fateful day, the day that he'd gotten an offer from All Might to train, the day he realized his dreams could come true, the day he saved Kaken, and told off a bunch of heroes, including MT Lady. His hair turned blonde, his eyes pink, and his clothing changed. Instead of his white shirt that said "shirt" on it and his black shorts, Izuku was wearing a purple shirt rimmed with orange and cream-colored shorts. And then Izuku grew. He literally FING grew. His body increased in size and soon he towered over All Might, over houses. Izuku knew it was risky. For a number of reasons. Number one being that standing at such a height could get him in trouble for illegal quirk use, as it was hard to miss a giant boy when you looked out of your window. If he got caught, he'd be in serious trouble. And number 2, Izuku's quirk, like most people's, was linked to their stamina. This meant that his quirk would only last as long as he did. And using a quirk so powerful as MT Ladies was bound to take its toll. The moment Izuku became big, he shrank again and his 5 feet 6 inches body fell to the ground. His hair was green again, as were his eyes, and his clothes had resumed their natural color. The only difference in his appearance was his paler face. He'd passed out. "Is it true, Mommy?" came a whisper. "I'm so sorry, Izuku," came the reply. Izuku watched the scene unfold and thought to himself, "Mom, that's not what I needed to hear." And then the scene switched, but once again all the faces were blurred and he could barely make anything out, like they were just foggy memories, and yet still he remembered them vividly. All he could see was a pond and 2 kids inside it. One sitting on their butt and the other with an outstretched hand. He couldn't make out the faces, but it was a scenario he knew all too well. He wanted to step in, tell Casey, Katsuki, that he wasn't looking down on him, that he was just trying to help. But he found himself unable to speak. And when he tried to grab things, he simply phased through them like a ghost, like he wasn't really there, like nothing was real. The small, green-haired boy held his hand out to the blonde, who slapped the hand away. And then there was an explosion and Izuku realized the scene had switched again. And there his small 5-year-old body was, lying on the floor with scorch marks. Izuku now realized that these were just memories. Not only were they memories, but they were in a dream too. It made no sense for him to experience his own memories from the third person otherwise. The blonde boy that had caused the explosion began walking away, spitting out, "Useless. Cute. Stop looking down on me." The scene had once again switched and now Bakugou was right in front of a past Izuku, sludge filling his mouth. There were no blurred faces this time though. Everything was extremely clear. "Stop exploding everywhere, Kaken, you need to aim at its weak points." But it wasn't the past Izuku that shouted this out. It was the real one. Or as real as you can be in a dream. He'd shouted out. He wasn't watching himself anymore. He was experiencing this, reliving it. Standing in front of Bakugou, soon to discover his new quirk for the first time. But then Izuku dropped down to his knees. What was he doing? Surrendering? He had to save Bakugou. He couldn't just drop down to his knees like a pathetic coward. Your quirk doesn't determine who you are. Your quirk can't deem you useless, or powerful, or good or bad. It's what you do with it. Your quirk can't determine whether or not you can be a hero, it's you who must determine that. Even in his dreams, he was awestruck by the presence of All Might, as he looked up with his eyes watering. "Are you saying that I can become a hero too?" he asked. "No, you can't become a hero, because you already are one Midoriya." Midoriya. Midoriya. Izuku gave All Might a confused look at his odd behavior. Why did he keep repeating his name? Midoriya. Midoriya. Slowly, All Might began fading from his vision. Midoriya. All Might. He cried out, "Where are you?" Izuku could only see black as he heard his name being said for the umpteenth time. Midoriya. Izuku cracked an eye open, but instead of seeing All Might, he saw Yagi, through his blurry vision. Partly blurry because of fatigue band, partly because he'd been crying in his sleep. All Might had business to attend to, more like his time ran out, Yagi thought. "So he called me over and told me to make sure you were okay. He said you passed out after copying, a lady he believes." Izuku's eyes diverted to the side as he tried to recall just what had happened before he had fell asleep, passed out, on the beach, in front of All Might. "All Might saw me pass out? That is so embarrassing," Izuku said, rubbing his wet eyes, then waving his arms around animatedly. That's what you're concerned about?" Yagi asked in a deadpan tone. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. "Well, yeah, this is the second time I've passed out in front of the #1 hero. It's humiliating." "Is it though? From what I've heard, the first time you passed out in front of All Might was after you managed to keep yourself alive from the sludge villain Dash." "That wasn't me at all. All Might kept me alive," Izuku said, downtrodden. "Either way, you're strong for going through that and coming out alive and well. There's nothing humiliating about being a survivor. And the second time you passed out was after an extreme display of power, Granted, you should have known it was dangerous. It was still impressive, Yagi commented. Izuku smiled again. Thank you, Yagi. Then he stood up and moved over to a pile of trash. There's still about a half hour of training left, so I might as well dash. What? No, 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 Yagi said, tugging Midoriya backwards by his sleeve. You just passed out. That means no more training for today. I promise I won't overexert myself this time. Izuku replied. Almost every month, there's at least one session where you push yourself too hard. Your mother has to be worried with the amount of injuries you return home with. Nothing she isn't used to, Izuku mumbled, recalling the times he'd get into fights with Katsuki. What was that? Yagi asked, not hearing Izuku's mumbling. Oh, nothing, Izuku said, waving his arms around frantically. Yagi simply raised an eyebrow but let the subject go, seemingly used to Izuku's shenanigans. Okay, now you're going to go home, Yagi said. Izuku nodded. You're going to get some rest, Yagi said. Izuku nodded. And by rest I mean a whole good night's sleep. A whole 10 hours, Yagi continued. Izuku nodded again. And you aren't to come to training tomorrow, Yagi said. What? Izuku shrieked. Why not? You need to take a break, young Midoriya. Think of it as a cheat day, perhaps, Yagi grinned. Though Izuku was already spiraling in self-doubt, he wants to get rid of me. He's already had enough of me and doesn't want to train me anymore. He's given up on me and finally realized that I'm not good enough. None of that is true, young Midoriya, Yagi commented, and I suggest you get that mumbling under control. There's nothing wrong with it, it's quite endearing really. However, in the midst of a villain battle, you wouldn't want your opponent to know what you're thinking, Izuku nodded, a blush on his face from having mumbled out loud and embarrassed himself. Weiss, Mr. Yagi. Now remember what I told you, get some rest and don't come to training tomorrow, Yagi reminded him. Promise me you will. I promise I will get rest and not attend training tomorrow, Izuku nodded. Izuku was not, in fact, getting some rest. He was scribbling in his notebook, thinking so fast his hand couldn't catch up, and as such, his handwriting came out in a messy scrawl. There are definitely gaps between the time it takes for me to switch between people. Before I can mirror another person, I must revert to myself first. I can't switch immediately. But is there a way to work around that? How fast can I currently switch now? He mumbled as he jotted his thoughts down. He kept on theorizing about his quirk and planning out experiments he would do with them. I promise I'll get rest tomorrow, he said. I promise I won't attend training tomorrow, he said. And yet here he was, dragging himself to the beach. Like the smart boy he was, he figured that since Yagi expected him to be at home, Yagi wouldn't show up at the beach, which meant that Yagi would never have to know that Izuku had trained today. Except, in these 5 months, Yagi had gotten to know Izuku too well. The boy was hardworking, inspiring, brilliant, intelligent, caring, resilient, stubborn, incredibly stubborn, and had no sense of safety for himself. He literally could not give a shit about his health. And it was concerning. Knowing this, Yagi sat on the beach and waited for the familiar head of green hair to arrive. That's how Izuku found himself face to face. Well, not really, since Izuku is only 5 feet 6 inches, with Yagi. What are you doing here? Yagi asked. Izuku stood stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Yagi to be here at all. And before Izuku could formulate an excuse, Yagi was speaking again. Don't answer that, I already know what you're doing here. Go home. But dash. No buts. Home, Yagi ordered. Izuku sighed in defeat. Fine. I'm serious, don't just go home and come back here an hour later. Go home and rest. It's the weekend, why don't you text your friends and go out for a bite or whatever you teenagers do? But no. Training. You have no regard for your own health, and I'm worried. I'm sure your mother is worried too. Izuku's eyes glimmered with tears. I don't mean to make people worry. That wasn't Izuku's intention at all, to make people worry. All he wanted was to measure up, to be good enough, which is why he had to push himself so hard. But if it was making people worry, he should stop, right? I don't want you to stop harming yourself because it worries other people. I want you to stop harming yourself for yourself. Do you enjoy hurting yourself? Yagi asked. Of course not, Izuku replied. Then don't do it, Yagi said. Izuku nodded numbly and went home, falling into a deep slumber the moment his head hit his pillows. It was the first week of the 6th month of Izuku's training leading up to the UA entrance exams. Okay, Yagi, time me, Izuku said, currently standing in front of Yagi, copying his blonde hair and blue eyes. Now, Yagi asked, peering down at his phone's stopwatch app. In 3. Izuku counted, 2.1. Yagi started the timer and Izuku began switching his appearance, trying to change from Yagi to his long-distance friend Kami. Izuku's hair faded from blonde into its usual green and his eyes from black with blue irises into their usual white with green irises. Then his appearance stayed that way for a few moments, before changing to mirror Kami. His hair now fawn and his eyes dark brown. Yagi stopped the timer. How long was that? Izuku asked. Yagi turned his phone around and showed Izuku the time the screen displayed. 45. 45 seconds? Izuku asked. Then he tapped his chin and walked up and down, pondering, I mean, is that good or bad? It could definitely be worse, but it could also be better. How do I improve my time? I mean, if I was in a fight and had to switch to mirror someone else, I would be vulnerable for 45 seconds. Would you though? You could have a weapon on you. What was it you used to do? Staff fighting? In that 45 seconds, surely you could use a weapon to fend off the villain, Yagi supplied. I don't know if I'd be able to concentrate well enough to switch whilst fighting someone off, Izuku said. Then the best thing to do is improve your switch time, Yagi said. How do we go about that? Izuku asked. Yagi shrugged. Practice makes perfect, right? Now in the 2nd week of his 6th month of training, Izuku had resorted to no longer getting rid of the garbage on the beach quirklessly to shape his body, but now he was experimenting different quirks to test his endurance, switch time and his general capability of handling different quirks. Currently, he was exploding a bunch of trash whilst mirroring Bakugou. His hair blonde and eyes red. Now switch. Yagi called out, starting the stopwatch. Izuku's hair changed from blonde to green to black and his eyes from crimson to green to an orangey red. He let out a primal roar as fire left his mouth and burnt a pile of trash. Izuku couldn't remember much about his father. Only that he was your average deadbeat dad, leaving their child for no valid reason. But Inko still kept pictures of him around the house, the only thing that kept Izuku's memory of him alive. And although Hisashi wasn't Izuku's favorite person, he did have a DM in good quirk, and Izuku sure as hell was going to take advantage of that. Now switch. Yagi yelled again. They repeated this for a while, Izuku getting rid of trash using different quirks whilst Yagi timed his switch time. Your switch time is now, on average, 44. You're making progress, Yagi announced proudly. That was hardly anything. Last week it was 45 seconds, Izuku admonished himself. I have to try harder. No, you'll strain yourself, Yagi warned. Izuku sighed. Let's take a breather, Yagi suggested. Izuku nodded and took a seat on the sand, hugging his knees to his chest. On Izuku's 3rd week of his 6th month, he found a long branch sitting on the beach and decided to brush up on his bojutsu skills. Yes, he had quit his lessons, but that didn't mean he wanted to forget his knowledge. If he didn't practice every now and then, he'd lose his talent for it. He twirled the stick around and went through a couple of bojutsu forms. He whacked the air a few times with it and spun around, pretending to hit a target. That's an interesting martial art, Yagi commented. Bojutsu? Was it? Izuku nodded. Do you have a staff at home? Yagi asked. Yes. Do you practice with it regularly? Yagi asked. Izuku thought back to the last time he's used his bojutsu staff and realized it had been a long time. Instead of using it, he would sit on the edge of his bed lifting weights. Izuku shook his head. Well, you should. If you don't practice regularly, you'll forget, Yagi advised. Similarly, I think you should also continue to practice your gymnastics. When focusing on your strength too much and building your body, you'll lose flexibility. And flexibility is a very useful thing to have as a hero. That was how Izuku found himself power tumbling down the beach on month 6, week 4 of his training. He tumbled down the beach efficiently, tucking, piking, twisting, flipping. Though he hadn't done gymnastics in a long time, nor had he thought to mirror Ikari for his quirk battle stance or Ito for her quirk perfect timing, so he landed awkwardly. So awkwardly that he twisted his ankle, let out a cry of pain and landed on his butt. "Young Midoriya, are you okay?" Yagi ran over to the boy. "Just twisted my ankle. It hurts like a beach, but I'll be fine," Izuku said, wincing when he tenderly touched his own ankle. Yagi did a double take and blinked at the boy. "Hurts like a beach." Yagi didn't think Izuku was one to swear. "Guess there's still a lot I don't know about the boy. And yet you're considering giving one for all to him. Because he has the makings of a hero. So do a lot of people. What makes him so special? You hardly know him. Give it some time, get to know him before you jump into a decision. But I'm certain he is the best candidate." Yagi continued to bicker with himself in his own head. Izuku pushed the washing machine, his heels digging into the ground as he moved forwards. Pushing and pushing. "If it's too heavy you can leave it," Yagi called. Izuku ignored Yagi and pushed faster until the washing machine was next to the van that disposed of the rubbish. Apparently he thrived on being underestimated because there was no other way the sudden boost of strength Izuku had could be explained. "It's not too heavy," Izuku said as he jogged back towards the trash pile and began moving some more objects. "Whatever you say, kid," Yagi commented. "Oh, also." Izuku continued carrying objects but made sure to keep an ear peeled. "I won't be able to supervise your training next month." "I'll be very busy," Yagi commented. Busy visiting Night Eye to meet his second one for all candidate. Busy making preparations for his new teaching job at UA. And just busy in general as one would be when they hold the title of #1 hero. "Just promise me you won't push yourself too hard," Yagi said, "and I mean it. Don't push yourself too hard. You know the saying, don't make a promise you can't keep." Izuku gave Yagi a toothy grin. Yagi frowned and gave him a serious look. "I was just kidding." He'd finished cleaning the beach. And early too. 2 months early. It was currently the end of Izuku's 8th month of training. Well, actually Yagi had expected him to not have it done even by the UA exams, but Midoriya was one of those people. Those people who defied the odds, went above and beyond. Plus ultra. And now he stood on top of the van, shirtless, his abs on display and his muscles bulging, his head tilted backwards and letting out a roar as a bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face. He really had done it. No longer was he the scrawny boy with a useless quirk. He was Izuku Midoriya. The boy with a strong body he'd worked hard for, amazing combat skills and all might, under the guise of Yagi. "On that, Katsuki," Izuku murmured with his lips curving into a small smirk. "Well done," a booming voice said. Izuku stilled, then quickly whipped around to see All Might standing there. Despite how often he'd met the guy, sometimes he filled in for Yagi, Izuku was still starstruck by the man. Yagi had arrived in his skinny form, to surprise Izuku after not having seen him for a month. But when he arrived at the beach, he saw Izuku and the beach. Clean. White sand clear for miles and miles. Clean. Beautiful. And he thought that congratulations would mean more to Izuku if they came from his idol, so he buffed up and approached the boy as All Might. Before he announced his presence, he stood there shaking his head fondly because of course Midoriya had finished early. Overachiever, he thought to himself. "I must admit I hadn't expected you to be finished even by the end of the 10 months, but of course, you proved me wrong. I'm so proud of you, Midoriya." Midoriya hopped off of the van and walked up to All Might. "Thank you so much. I know that you probably still doubt yourself sometimes and wonder if you're even worthy of being a hero. I've experienced the feeling firsthand after all, but you've saved Bakugou, inspired me and even completed community service. UA isn't going to make you a hero, it's going to help you become a better one. You've worked hard for this, Midoriya, so keep working hard, but not too hard, and in 2 months' time, the UA exam will be like a piece of cake." All Might wouldn't even pretend to be surprised when Izuku started full-out crying. In the 8 months he'd gotten to know the boy, it was clear that he was very expressive about his emotions. It wasn't a bad thing though. As the symbol of peace he couldn't though. He had to wear a smile all the time, etched onto his face like a tattoo. He wore a smile always. When he saw a victim being carried off into an ambulance van he had to smile, When he couldn't save someone he had to smile, when the reporters were being too nosy or annoying he had to smile. But watching Midoriya cry, seeing him cry so freely and happily, it made All Might realize that it wasn't a sign of weakness. If anything, it was a sign of strength. The ability to not care how other people see you, the ability to express yourself freely, to not hold back or keep things bottled up inside, the ability to not always pretend everything is fine or act strong. Then All Might felt his eyes getting a little wet. Heroes cry too. 2 months later. Today is the day that'll determine his future. Of course, Izuku had applied to other schools, but this was the only hero school he had applied to. The other ones were simply too far away, and besides, Yue was the best of the best. And Izuku was the best of best. He was semi-confident he'd get in. Yue was notorious for only letting 0.02% of examinees in, so even with all the preparation Izuku had done for the exam, there was no telling how good his chances were. He stood at the sink wearing nothing but a white towel that hung at his hips. Messy, curly, wet hair, flopping down and around his face. Water dripping down his skin as he stared into the mirror. Putting toothpaste on his All Might-themed toothbrush. Yue isn't going to make you a hero, it's going to help you become a better one. You've worked hard for this, Midoriya, so keep working hard, but not too hard, and in 2 months' time, the Yue exam will be like a piece of cake. All Might's words floated through Izuku's mind. Izuku dressed up, putting on another one of his infamous t-shirts that said, "T-shirt," on it. His t-shirt was black, and over it he wore his tracksuit jacket paired with his tracksuit bottoms. As he changed in front of his mirror, he gave himself a little pep talk. I want to be a hero. I want to save people with a smile on my face, like All Might. If I want to be like All Might, I have to be the best I can be, give it my all. I can't fail him and I can't fail myself. I'm gonna be the #1 hero someday, with my own agency, and I'll do it all, rescue, combat. All the other areas of being a hero. And to get there, I need to pass this Yue exam. All my training with All Might and all my research, being put to the test. And I will pass. Because there are people out there, suffering every day. Getting injured, dying, or turning to villainy, all because someone wasn't there to save them. I will be there always. So today, the Yue exam is a step forward. Today is about moving forward. He went to throw his fist in the air, but the armpit seems ripped with a loud K sound. Sheet! Izuku murmured. Somehow Inko heard him as she passed his room. Language! Sorry, Mom. He called back. Wait, Mom. He ran out of the room. I think my clothes are too small. You're just noticing? Inko asked. Izuku, your clothes have been tight for ages. I'm surprised this is the first time they've ripped. She looked at the torn fabric under his right pit. I was going to take you out to buy you a new pair of clothes, but you were growing so rapidly I thought it'd be better to wait it out. She leaned up on her tippy toes and stretched her arm as much as possible to scruffle his hair. You're probably Katsu's height now, if not taller. Nah, me and Katsuki are freakishly the exact same height. We checked in gym class the other day, and then Katsuki blew up one of the gym lockers. Izuku didn't finish his sentence, for he didn't want Inko to worry that he was hanging around bad company, not that he hung around Katsuki anymore, not since they were 5. Never mind, Mum. Anyways, I guess I'll have to manage the tight clothes. He smiled reassuringly. Inko smiled softly. You know, I think your father has a few clothes lying around here from when he was about your age. I could go find them. Oh, it's fine, Izuku assured her. Oh, don't be silly. I'm not having you rip your jogging bottoms in the middle of the exams. Inko fussed. She bumbled around the house in a search. Izuku sighed, holding back the words he so desperately wanted to say. He's not coming back, Mom. She still gets this lovesick smile when she thinks about Hisashi, still fantasizes about him coming back home and making excuses for him when he doesn't send money or answer her calls for the umpteenth time, and it makes Izuku sick to his stomach. You know, Inko said, walking back into the hallway and handing Izuku an outfit, your father's sense of fashion was always better than yours. Izuku frowned. Hey, what's wrong with my dash? Inko gave her son a deadpan look. Izuku pouted as she proceeded to look him up and down, a judgy look on her face. Okay, yeah, I know my style isn't the greatest, Izuku said, slightly amused. He could admit he didn't have the best fashion sense. His friend Kami from gymnastics class had told him a handful of times. Izuku took the clothes and walked into his room to change. Sighing, he put them on, a green tank top underneath a black hoodie and camo jogging bottoms. As Izuku finishes wearing the clothes, he realizes that it even smells of him, of smoke from his fire breath and men's cologne. Izuku doesn't know what's worse. The fact that he still remembers his father's scent, or the fact that he now smells like him. Izuku is a bit as he grabs his deodorant to mask the horrid stench that is his father. "Where's Daddy?" A 5-year-old Izuku had asked plenty years ago, sniffling. "He's gone away on a business trip, Izu." Inko patted his head softly. "Don't you worry, my little ray of sunshine." She pulled his chubby cheeks. "He's not going for long. He just has very important things to do for his job." "Are you lying?" Izuku had responded immediately. "Pardon? Izu, what? Where is this coming from?" Inko said, picking him up and hugging her to his chest as he cried on her shoulder. "It's my fault, isn't it? He left you because of me. Because I'm a Deku, just like Katsuki said. Because I'm a quirkless nobody who shouldn't even exist," he sobbed into Inko's chest. Izuku remembered every part of it so vividly, the day his dad left. Perhaps his quirk had a mutation that gave him enhanced memory because the events of that day were unreasonably clear as day in his mind. Izuku sighed and blinked back tears. He missed what his family used to be. Before he turned 5 and everything went downhill. He couldn't remember much unless he had a photo or video to go with the memories, but he knew that they'd been happy once. The 3 of them. And he'd been happy with Kaken, and the Bakugous were good family friends. That's all in the past, he told himself now as he packed his yellow backpack with his stationery, one full notebook to study from and one completely empty one to write in case he came across any quirks that piqued his interest, literally any and every quirk, an energy bar, and of course, he packed a water bottle. Today is about moving forward. If Izuku could have avoided breakfast today, he would have. He loved his mother, and he knew that she always meant well. And he knew mothers were supposed to worry, and yet when his mother worried, it hurt. She treated him like glass, like he would break at any moment, like he was weak and fragile, like he was a crybaby, even though he got that trait from her. She treated him differently than she would have had his quirk been strong and powerful from the get-go. It hurts that to her his mental and physical strength is dependent on the nature of his quirk. He knows that's what society was like, but with her, his own mother, he thought it should have been different. At least she stayed. Maybe she just didn't have the guts to leave. Don't think like that. She should have entertained his dreams, encouraged them no matter how impossible she thought they were. In fact, she shouldn't have even thought they were impossible in the first place. He'd wanted to be a hero since he'd learnt what the word meant, and she'd crumpled that up like a piece of paper and tossed in the garbage. But Izuku had salvaged it. He'd taken the piece of paper out of the garbage and flattened it as best as he could. It never would be the same as it was before, but it was good enough for him. But no matter, because today was about moving forward and he'd decided he needed a brand new piece of paper. Izuku really wished he'd avoided breakfast because now they were both sat at their little table in the most awkward silence he'd ever experienced. And he was Izuku Midoriya. Awkward silence was a term he was very familiar with, so that speaks volumes. Izuku cleared his throat and decided that hey, we're going to have this conversation eventually, about how worried he was, how she believes in him now when she didn't before, all the things he didn't want to hear but had to, in order to move forward. So he decided to speak first. Mum dash. Izu dash. They'd spoken at the same time. You first, Izuku said, looking down at his plate and playing with his food. Inko nodded as she pushed her empty plate, save for a few crumbs, forward. Done with it? I'm sorry. Now this got Izuku to look up from the breakfast he was fiddling with his fork. What? Izuku asked. What is she apologizing for? Maybe she's apologizing for giving him false hope and making him think he can be a hero even with this improved quirk, and that she's going to forbade him from attending UA. You're mumbling again. Inko began to tear up. She was the only one who could understand Izuku's mumbles, having raised him. Unfortunately, that meant she'd heard every word he'd said. Mum, I dash. No. It's okay. I completely understand why you would think that. Which is why I'm apologizing. I didn't believe in you. But I'm sure you already knew that. And I should've, like a good mother would, amend society's expectations. I loved you and still do, unconditionally, but the way I treated you didn't reflect that. I should have been there with you every step of the way. I should have suspected things weren't that good at school, even when you said you were handling them. I was handling them. It wasn't your responsibility to. And I know now that you can handle yourself. But that's not just because you have a quirk. That day on the news I saw you were scared, frightened, but you ran anyways because you could do it, and I believed you could too. And listen, Inko coughed a little, tears streaming down her face. I wasn't good enough to you. I should have been more. And don't say something stupid like, it's not like you hit me or left me or whatever, because a good parent isn't one who isn't abusive. I don't have to be abusive to fail my role as a parent. You didn't fail, Izuku said, reaching over the table and putting a hand on his mother's shoulder. Let me apologize. Izuku nodded in understanding. He never thought this day would come, but he was glad it did. Sometimes when he thought about his dream to become a hero, he had bitter memories of his mom. But now he could forget all of that and move forward. So he let her apologize because it's what he needed to hear. Tears also filled Izuku's eyes, but his tears were happy tears, unlike the sorrowful, regretting, guilty tears Inko cried. I know what I did was wrong. But I can't change that. All I can do is change moving forward. I can, and will support you, unconditionally. And yes, I'm going to worry. Not because I don't believe in you, but because I do. It's because I know that you'll make it that I worry. I worry that you'll get hurt. Being a hero is dangerous. I worry that you won't have time for me. Being a hero is time-consuming. I worry because I know you'll get there, and I know the price that comes with getting there. But it's worth it. You're my little hero already, Izu, so go and be a hero to everyone else. Inko gave a wobbly laugh. Izuku jumped up from his seat on the table and ran to hug her, both of them crying together. I wish you good luck, Izuku, not that you'll need it, Inko said. Izuku laughed. You're gonna cheat on them all at the exams, Inko said unwittingly. Izuku froze. He didn't even know his mother swore. Language? Hey no. That's only for kids. I'm an adult, I swear all I want, Inko said, giving him a forehead kiss. I've never heard you before. I just don't swear in front of you. Bye, Mom. Izuku called as he headed for the door. Wait, Izu. Why are you leaving so soon? Inko asked, rushing over to him. You told me the exams start in 2 hours. Yeah, I'm just meeting up with my trainer first for some last-minute tips and training. Izuku smiled at her. Call me when you get to Ua then. Inko kissed his cheek and pulled down his hood to fluff up his hair. Mom, he whined. Why did everyone love touching his hair so much? You're gonna pass the exams, okay, baby? She asked. You're gonna pass it for me, for you, and all those people you'll save in the future? Yeah, Izuku thought, and for Yagi and All Might. I love you, Izuku, his mom said, hugging him tightly, forcing him to bend down because of the height difference. Then she began wailing about how they grow up too fast, but Izuku couldn't really make out what she was saying over the tears. No more tears for today, okay, Mom, he said, blinking away his own. I love you too. 10 months ago. You must be my trainee. Izuku asked dumbly. I'm Yagi Tashinori. All Might said he had somebody for me to train, the man said, holding out his hand to shake. Izuku, caught by surprise, stuttered out. That's me. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Yagi, and shook his hand. It's nice to meet you to dash. Yagi's words were cut off by blood flying out of his mouth as he began hacking. Izuku took steps, way more than necessary, backwards, putting a large distance between them. He looked down at his clothes and was relieved to find them not stained with blood. Yagi? He asked in surprise in a high-pitched voice, Are you okay? Cautiously, he took small steps towards the man. Don't worry, this is normal for me, dash. Normal? It's nothing you should be concerned about. Are you dying? Izuku asked, then clamped shut his mouth and chided himself. You can't just ask someone if they're dying. No. I can assure you I'm not dying, Yagi said awkwardly, and I can assure you I'm capable of supervising your training. Of course, of course. I mean, anyone recommended by All Might has to be amazing at this sort of thing, and, oh my god, I still can't believing I'm training with someone who works for All Might. Eager are we? Shall we start then? Yagi asked, chuckling. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. In that case, clean the beach, Yagi ordered. Izuku's smile slowly dropped and he looked at Yagi blankly, blinking a few times before saying, I'm sorry? Don't be. I said, clean the dash. I heard you the first time, Yagi. Are you serious? Izuku asked. This is your training to get into UA and become a hero. Would I be anything but serious? Of course not. Izuku said, well, it's a lot. Izuku gestured, turned his head around slowly as he looked around the trash-filled beach. And UA's gonna be a lot more, Yagi told him, unless you can't do it. Izuku's head rotated so fast to meet Yagi's eyes that he almost got whiplash. The normal approval-seeking, goody-two-shoes look Izuku usually held in his eyes gone, and in its place a fiery, challenge-seeking gaze. The look someone gave you when they were so offended that they absolutely couldn't wait to prove you wrong. The look someone gave you when you gave them a challenge so seemingly impossible that you just had to take it on. A green fire burned, raged in Izuku's eyes. Oh yeah. Izuku challenged. Yagi nodded, yeah. So Izuku began, racing around the beach, hauling around pieces of trash. Carrying piles of plates, books, clothing bags, clothing hangers. He played around a bit with a basketball he found, then he tripped on the ball and fell on his butt. He picked up a charger and dumped it into the awaiting van, a van Yagi had hired to contain the trash and have it taken where it belonged. Then a lamp, then a chair, then a printer. He struggled with the printer a lot more than he'd like to admit. He found a suitcase and filled it with smaller pieces of trash, headphones, an umbrella, an alarm clock, a laptop, then dragged it along to the van. Coming across a hockey stick, he twirled it around a bit, recalling his bojutsu classes. You look to be having fun, Yagi commented, and whilst I appreciate a good laugh, clock's ticking and the UA exam is nearing. Izuku immediately remembered why he was here on this beach, not to have fun, but to train for UA. He grabbed a stroller from a pile of trash and tucked it underneath his arm, and with his other arm he held a laptop. He took it to the van and returned to the pile. Taking stuff again and again, the pile becoming smaller. An empty cardboard box? Into the van. A small TV? Into the van. Shoes, makeup boxes, soap bottles, mannequins? Into the van. Into the van. Into the van. Into the van. The van's almost full. It means you're almost done for the day, Yagi commented. No, Izuku breathed heavily. Izuku found a big black trash bag and heaved it on his back. This is painful, he said quietly. Midoriya? Are you okay? There's no need to go so far today, it's only your first training session, Yagi said. I've got this, Izuku said as he stumbled. Next he was pushing a table across the sand. Then he was pushing a trolley. That's way too easy, Yagi joked. How about you push the trolley with me in it? Okay. Izuku perked up. Caught by surprise, Yagi spat out blood. How could one so tired be so chipper? I was being sarcastic dash. Before Yagi could finish his sentence, Izuku had already ran up to him with the trolley, waiting for him to climb in. What are we waiting for? Izuku asked. I gotta push myself right. Izuku made a boxing stance and punched the air to signify working out. So, are you going to get in? Yagi sighed. How did I get myself into this? Izuku pushed the trolley with Yagi in it. I can hardly feel a difference in the weight of this thing, he thought. I hear that, young man, Yagi responded to Izuku's accidental mumble. Izuku quickly became flustered. Sorry. I didn't mean it like that at all. In fact, it's a compliment because you don't weigh a lot and not each that there's anything wrong with people who weight a lot. Just continue pushing, kid, we're almost at the van. That night, Izuku flopped onto his bed and let out a low groan. His muscles were so sore, they burned, they ached, they hurt. And it was only day Izuku didn't know if he'd survive his karate class the next day. Ikari-sensei had said it was time for him to finally get his black belt, but with Izuku's aching muscles, he wasn't sure he would pass. Present day. All Might. Izuku shouted as he ran down the beach to the tall figure. All Might. Ever since Izuku had cleaned the beach, people caught wind of it and thus it became more frequently visited, and currently there was a couple on the beach, walking hand in hand. Did he say All Might? The woman in the couple shrieked. No way! All Might's here? The man said incredulously, pulling out his phone to record. As Izuku neared All Might, the man began panicking. Not so loud, Midoriya. He whispered harshly, now repeat after me, I've got the wrong person. Sorry. I've got the wrong person. Izuku called out, sending the couple walking back from whatever direction they'd ran from, muttering all the way things like, I really wanted to see him. Izuku spent an hour and a bit with All Might. He didn't want to strain himself before the exams, so he did light work. Stretches, practicing the speed at which he could use his quirk, but only using the appearance aspect rather than the quirk aspect, which required more energy. Izuku flipped through one of his notebooks on people he'd met to memorize their quirks and appearances. He then decided to read a few articles and brush up on his hero knowledge skills for the written part of the exam. You know, I don't think the written exam is just composed of writing about hero knowledge, All Might told him, peering down at the boy's phone. Am I even allowed to tell him that? Is that cheating? He doesn't even know I work at UA yet. Maybe I can surprise him when he gets in. Izuku asked, looking up from his phone and then registering the words All Might had said. Oh, totally. I revised a ton yesterday on maths, literature, all the core subjects. Being a hero is about brains as well as brawn and beauty, right? All Might nodded proudly. That is correct, young Midoriya. He boomed. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes after that. Izuku, with his notebooks spread out beneath his face as he lay down on the sand, head propped up by his hands as his elbows dug into the sand. Should I tell him now? All Might thought. Tell him what part though? That All Might and Yagi are the same person? That I can only be All Might for 3 hours because of my injury and I'm currently using away that time to be here with him now? That my quirk can be passed on and I want him to be my successor? Would it be possible to give him my quirk now? It would really improve his chances of getting into you. Never mind, he already has what it takes. No improvements are needed. But still, I should tell him something. I've been lying to him for so long and things would be easier if I didn't have to pretend to be two people at once. Young Midori dash. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. All Might was cut off by an alarm ringing out from Midoriya's phone. Damn it, Izuku muttered, hurriedly packing his notebooks back into his bag. He grabbed his earphones, plugged them into his phone, then stashed said phone in his pocket. Sorry, All Might. That was my alarm for the exams. I have to head to you now or I'll be late. Good luck, Midoriya. All Might smiled proudly. I believe in you. Izuku wasn't going to cry, he wasn't going to cry, he wasn't going to cry. He was crying. And in full Midoriya fashion, crashed into All Might and engulfed him in a hug the same way Inko always did to him. He knew it was probably a bit weird for him to hug one of his mentors, but he couldn't help it. Awkwardly, All Might hugged him back. Alright, gotta go to you, bye. Izuku ran off quickly, embarrassed that he had hugged All Might, but also fanboying a bit too. All Might chuckled fondly at yet another one of Izuku's displays of eccentricity. He looked as the boy ran off, his body becoming smaller and smaller, slowly disappearing in the distance. See you at the exams, Midoriya. Oh my god, is that All Might? I thought that kid said he had the wrong person. Oh, and you All Might. Can I have your autograph, please? I love you, All Might. You've been looking down on me. For a long time. Ever since that day I fell into the pond. I don't need your help, Zuchan. I don't need your help being a hero, so don't tell me what a hero does and doesn't. I don't need your useless help. You're just useless. You don't even have a quirk yet. Hell, you might never even get one, so don't you dare ever look down on me. What are you talking about, Kakin? I'm just saying, that's not what a hero does. A hero saves someone with a smile on their face. A hero doesn't hurt people, that's what villains do. Mama? Can I be a hero too, Mama? Can I be like All Might? Hey, what's wrong? It's okay not to have a quirk, little man. That just means that when you become a master martial artist you can say that you worked even harder than everyone else. Your hair, it just changed. It's blonde now. And your eyes are red and And your clothes too. Your color scheme, it matches Bakugou's. What are you even talking about? I have a quirk. Now listen up, Deku. I won't repeat myself. I'm gonna be the only one who gets out this shithole and into you. Got that? Your hair dyeing quirk is useless. If you want to be a hero so bad, maybe swan dive off the roof of this building and pray for a strong quirk in your next life. I couldn't just let you die, Kakin. Isn't that what being a hero is all about though? Saving people. I don't care if you don't think you can help, I didn't think I could either, but I tried. And because of that, Bakugou is still alive. You can't become a hero, because you already are one. You're gonna pass the exams, okay, baby? You're gonna pass it for me, for you, and all those people you'll save in the future? Good luck, Midoriya. I believe in you. A harsh shove brought Izuku out of his thoughts, crashing into his side and making him lose half his grip on his backpack. Izuku fixed his bag on his back, then looked up to see his offender. So much for moving forward. For here, right in front of him, was the most blatant reminder of Izuku's past. What are you doing here? I told you not to come. You can't get into Yue on stolen power, do? I'll kill you. Bakugou yelled at him. A few heads in the crowd headed towards the same UA gates turned to look at Bakugou for a split second before returning to whatever they were previously doing. Only then did Izuku realize just how many people were there, trying and competing for UA. Then his eyes focused back on Bakugou, who was still shouting, though to Izuku it looked like he was mouthing since he had his earphones plugged in. Izuku pulled out one of his earphones. I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you. Bakugou let out a frustrated growl. Listen to me when I'm talking to you, dash. Izuku didn't hear the rest because he plugged his earphones back in, grinning at Bakugou cheekishly the whole time. Bakugou let out another feral growl before turning and stomping away through the UA gates. Izuku giggled as he felt his music pause and his phone begin buzzing in his pocket. Was his mother calling again? She's called him about 5 times since he left the beach and began his journey to UA. He peered at the caller ID. Cammy? He picked up the phone call. Oh. What's up, Zuzi? Cammy said through the line, you've got your big exams today. I wish I could have gone to UA. But it's too far. Doesn't matter, this isn't about me, this is about you, dude. I'm so proud of you, bro. You're gonna be in the big leagues, another one of the great heroes from UA. I can't wait for us to have our own agency together. Yeah. If I get in, Izuku chuckled nervously. You cannot be for real, Zuzi, you are getting into UA. You got this, bro. Virtual hug? Cammy asked. Cammy, this isn't a video call. You can't see me and I can't see you. We can't virtual hug. Izuku rolled his eyes. We can pretend, Cammy whined. Izuku, so caught up in his conversation with Cammy, didn't notice a piece of concrete sticking out oddly and tripping him. This is it. I'm gonna die before I get to go to UA. I'm a failure, dash. Just before his head hit the ground, he stopped. His body stopped, literally stopped. And he was hovering above the ground. Sorry I used my quirk on you like that. It just seemed like bad luck to fall before the exam. A brown-haired girl said, undoing her quirk and letting him stand upright. Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Midoriya said, looking down at the girl who had a pink blush on her cheeks. He was about to introduce himself to the girl. She seemed friendly and she had a cool quirk. But before he could, she was already gone. What was that? Izuku jolted, having forgotten he was on call with Cammy. Nothing. I just tripped and some girl helped me. Was she cute? You should ask for her number. Never mind, you can't even speak to girls without stuttering, Cammy teased. Falsehood. I haven't stuttered around a girl in years. If I can handle you, I'm pretty sure I can handle any girl, Izuku said. You still can't handle girls that flirt with you, Cammy said. He could practically hear her grin from the other side of the phone. You flirt with me, Izuku said. That's different because that's a joke because we're bros, dude. Remember Dana? Cammy said. Ugh, don't remind me, Izuku groaned. I didn't even know she was flirting with me, okay? She literally said, so aside from taking my breath away, what do you do for a living? And when you didn't get the hint, she had to explain the pickup line to you and then you tried to flirt back, dash. Obvious, I've gotta go. Wish me luck. Yeah. Good luck, not that you need it, Zuzi. Go kick some butt. Not to brag or anything, but Izuku was pretty confident that he'd ace the exam, because how could he not? So yeah, he was in a pretty good mood. A mood instantly diminished by the presence of Bakugou Katsuki, who he was just blessed to bag a seat next to. Note the sarcasm. "You're still here, Deku?" Bakugou sneered, not even turning to look at him. "Nope, I'm just a figment of your imagination," Izuku said sarcastically in an annoyed tone. This time Bakugou actually turns his head a bit to look at him, and is surprised when he finds himself exactly face to face with Midoriya. "Who the F gave you permission to grow taller?" Before Izuku could respond, Bakugou began speaking again. "You know what, doesn't matter. I wanted to say that you should just leave now. UA isn't going to accept a copycat." Izuku looked away from Bakugou's burning glare. "Mad because I use your quirk better than you?" Soon the whole hall fell into silence, and a man with long blonde hair and sunglasses strutted onto the stage. "Present Mike." Izuku gasped quietly, trying not to draw attention to himself in the quiet of the room. Then he began mumbling facts about Present Mike and whatnot. "Can everybody say, huh?" Izuku, not really paying attention, automatically responded, "HY." Nobody else had responded. Izuku's cheeks flushed pink at embarrassing himself in front of so many people. What's worse was Bakugou snickering at his misfortune. However, Izuku's eyes lit up when Present Mike responded with, "Eat. I didn't think anybody would respond. I like you, little listener." "Oh me god, Present Mike said he likes me." Izuku mumbled excitedly. Present Mike was one of his favorite heroes. He even listened to his radio shows. Present Mike went on to explain 3 different types of robots they'd encounter in their practical exam. Then a stern voice spoke up, "Present Mike, sir, but there are 4 different kinds of robots printed on our pamphlets. If it is a misprint, I can understand the error. However, you in the back, why would you disrupt the students here by answering to a clearly rhetorical question? And why have you been mumbling ever since you got here? Are you not taking this seriously?" Izuku's eyebrows raised. Was this boy addressing? Already in a bad mood, Izuku couldn't help himself from the way he responded. It wasn't even passive-aggressive, it was just aggressive. "Last time I checked you interrupted me to call me out on being a disruption. Ironic, huh? Not to mention, I wasn't even interrupting, I was answering a question Present Mike posed, which wasn't a rhetorical question because it requested an answer. Don't call me an interruption when you're interrupting authority to act authoritative. Hypocrisy isn't a very heroic trait, so if anyone isn't taking this exam seriously, it might just be you." Then Izuku plastered on a smile as he found the boy who'd addressed him. The boy had glasses on and dark blue hair and was looking appropriately humiliated. "Serves him right," Izuku grumbled under his breath. There was silence in the hall for a little while before Present Mike spoke up again. "Anyways, there are indeed 4 different robots, but the last one is worth 0 points. It is meant to symbolize a threat that goes wild in a small area. You can defeat it, but it would probably be better to leave. Now get out there and go beyond. Plus Ultra." Then the hall fell into silence again and Present Mike rolled his eyes. "You guys are boring, can I get a Plus Ultra?" "Plus Ultra." The crowd of aspiring heroes responded, Izuku the loudest of them all. "Today is about moving forward," Izuku whispered over and over again like a mantra as he removed his black hoodie to reveal his gray tank top. He stuffed the hoodie in his backpack and realized that he was, luckily, one of the first ones changed. This gave him a bit of time to re-jog his memory as he looked through his notebook. No more timid, weak Izuku. Instead, strong, confident Izuku. He told himself. That's who he wanted to be, strong, confident Izuku. In fact, that's who he already was. Izuku headed out to the exam grounds and found himself looking around, scoping his competition but mostly admiring their quirks. It was then that he realizes he's a step behind everyone. They've had their whole lives to practice and get used to their quirks. He hasn't had that luxury with his quirks spawning a new ability at the sludge villain incident. It's then that he spots the short, brown-haired girl who had helped him earlier. He decided it wouldn't hurt to thank her again and maybe this time, catch her name. So he begins walking towards her, only to stop as a hand is placed on his shoulder. Caught off guard, Izuku decides to mirror his old Bojutsu instructor, After all, her quirk is reflex. He needs to be ready for anything UA throws at him. As his hair turns silver and his eyes pink, he turns to face-hug him. What does he want? Originally I was going to apologize for calling you out in the hall, but I see that I was actually correct about your character. You're not taking this seriously at all. You were about to go bother that girl who is clearly trying to focus on this exam unlike you. This is unbecoming. If your plan is to just ruin other people's chances of getting into UA-. Izuku didn't hear the rest of what the taller boy had said because Present Mike had yelled, "Go!" And immediately Kai's quirk kicked in and he was running, leading the pack as the first to react. "What are you guys waiting for? I said go." Present Mike had to yell to alert the others who didn't have access to a reflex quirk like Izuku did. And when they did start running, they found the remains of already destroyed 1 and 2 pointers. That boy moves fast, all the students thought in unison. When Izuku was younger, he thought that anger was a bad thing, a villainous trait. That it wasn't okay to feel or act on anger or it made you a bad person. But his mother was quick to assure him that everybody felt angry at times, that it was normal. And his instructors had told him that anger isn't bad when used correctly. It helped him punch harder in karate, to be more aggressive in bojutsu and be more precise and sharp in gymnastics. Right now Izuku was angry because who the hell does that blue-haired kid think he is telling people what to do? Bakugou? That kid just screamed superiority complex with his anchorless assumptions and the way he carried himself, head held high, glasses pushed up all the way. When I get the highest score on the exam, then we'll see who wasn't taking it seriously. Izuku grinned, rolling his head around his neck and cracking his knuckles as another one-pointer approached him. Time to take out his anger. Izuku's strategy is pretty straightforward. Work from the outskirts and gradually make his way in. This way he has space to use more destructive quirks without harming other people, since most people are fighting robots in the center. Izuku doesn't want to waste energy, so he turns off mirror match and climbs up a one-pointer robot. Once he's upon its shoulders, he turns his quirk back on and his hair goes black, his eyes an orangey red like fire. Izuku can feel a rumble in his lungs as oxygen ignites, soaring up his throat and spilling over his lips. Fire. Very hot fire at that. Izuku has to remind himself not to overdo it at the beginning of the exam as he looks at the completely torched robot head. He turns off his quirk just as the robot begins to collapse. The robot stumbles a bit before eventually falling over. This is going to hurt, Izuku thinks. But then his mental timer runs out and he realizes his 44-second limit is up. His hair turns black from green and his eyes turquoise from green. Quirk, perfect timing. Izuku dives off of the falling robot and lands perfectly, ducking into a roll. Izuku realizes with a grin that he's sweating hard. As gross as that sounds, Izuku is ecstatic. His hair turns blonde and his eyes red. As he sees a three-pointer approach him, he ignited his palms and flies up, landing a kick in the robot's face and tipping it backwards a bit. Izuku uses the kick to rebound, flipping mid-air and lands on the ground. The robot is still standing though. Izuku runs to its feet and explodes them. As great as it was, one thing Izuku didn't appreciate about Bakugou's quirk was how much energy it sucked out of him. Powerful quirks always exhausted Izuku. Izuku realizes he has 17 points so far. But he's not sure if that's good or bad. Either way, Izuku thinks he deserves a break. He decides to go quirkless for a while, as he finds a hunk of metal, pole-shaped, from the robot he'd destroyed. Awfully convenient. But hey, Izuku wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Izuku picks up his makeshift bow staff and sees a gang of two-pointers approaching him. The first one gets hit repeatedly by the staff in its foot before stumbling over and crashing into two other two-pointers. 23 points. From Izuku's peripheral vision in his left eye, he sees another two-pointer approaching. He applies the same trick and is delighted to see it works, a two-pointer crashing into another two-pointer behind itself. 27 points. Izuku pauses for a moment and realizes that a quirkless person could probably pass this test. In fact, Izuku is tempted to go the rest of the exam quirkless, to reserve his energy and to test out his theory. All this time people looked down on the quirkless, but Izuku was one of the few people who didn't. Of course he'd been labeled quirkless once upon a time. The thought that there could be a quirkless hero though. That excited Izuku. It was something he hoped he'd get to see one day. The pole Izuku holds is a little uncomfy and awkward as it's a bit heavier than a regular bow staff, but it does the trick. Only it makes running hard. So when a one-pointer catches him by surprise and tries to grab at him, Izuku panics. The one-pointer gets closer and Izuku realizes there's an obvious solution here. He can't run with this pole in his hand, but there are other ways to travel, as his gymnastics teachers had once told him. Izuku performs a one-handed cartwheel to the side of the robot's open palm, and then he hits the palm with the piece of metal he's using as a staff. Izuku decides to use his quirk again and efficiently takes down the one-pointer. 28 points. Izuku realizes that he's getting closer to the center. He won't be able to use violent quirks as much anymore in such case that somebody accidentally gets in the way. So when Izuku sees 5 massive robots, 3 pointers, approaching him, he has a plan. It's a smart one. It's not a coward move. It's smart. He runs and hides behind a pile of rubble. Then his hair turns fawn and eyes brown. And suddenly the robots that were about to discover his hiding spot had their focus directed elsewhere. A green-haired boy with green eyes and freckles stood at the focal point of the robot's attention. A Tsushumi Kami's quirk, glamour. The illusion of Izuku tricks the robots into chasing him, and then Izuku gets them all to crash into each other as they all try to swipe at him at the same time. Izuku smirks. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge. I like him, Nizu says. All the teachers whip their heads around to look at the small mouse. Bear? Here's who? Aizawa asks. Nizu points to the green-haired boy on one of the screens. The teachers watch him for a bit. All Might smiles knowingly and proudly. He's adorable, Midnight purrs. What's his quirk? Aizawa asks. Nizu points to a box full of files and Aizawa scopes through them, looking for the one that matched the boy. That's an awfully overpowered quirk. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the document in front of him. I'll have to keep an eye on this one. He's sure to cause a lot of problems. A problem child. Did you just give him a nickname? Oh, Hizashi is going to love hearing about this. Shoyuta giving somebody a nickname. You've never actually liked a student before, have you? Midnight grins. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Ectoplasm peers over at the documents Aizawa's holding and speaks. He's got a good quirk, seems like a bright kid. But does he have the morals of a hero? He hasn't gotten any rescue points yet. It was at that opportune moment that Izuku reached the center and saved some guy with purple hair that dare he say was messier than his own. And then he saved some guy who was putting on a show with a white light shining from his stomach, a laser of some sort. There's a lot of people who've gotten more rescue points than him though, Ectoplasm said. Then Nizu grinned wickedly as his small paw pressed a button. Oh well, I guess it's time for the real test. The ground shook violently and Izuku found himself flat on his back from losing balance. Performing a kip-up, Izuku landed on his feet. Looking around to observe the situation, Izuku found the source of the problem, 0-pointer. Isn't that a bit overkill? Izuku asked no one in particular, his voice's pitch a tad higher. Though, Izuku admits, the 0-pointer looks kind of fun and he almost wishes he'd met someone with a quirk that could face it off, take it on. But he hasn't. So everybody else, he runs. He's already garnered a decent amount of points, 43 to be exact, but his mind tells him that there's always going to be someone who is better, and what if there happens to be 40 someones? What if he comes 41st because of them and just misses his place in the hero course? Maybe Gened would have him? As if there's no way in hell Izuku is settling for the general education course, so he runs like everybody else. Away from the 0-pointer and to find more robots to fight. And then he hears an anguished cry, a plea for help. And everything inside him is screaming at him to ignore it, to save himself, run away. It's not like UA would let one of their students die, right? But that's not the heroic thing to do. So Izuku turns around and runs back. Again his legs made the decision to run before his mind does. But his brain catches up, solidifies his decision, when he sees the brown-haired girl from earlier and realizes she's the one who needs the help. Trapped under a pile of rubble she's too exhausted to lift. And the 0-pointer continues its path of destruction, right to her. Someone help. Please. She cries out. Some people run right past her, ignoring her. How heroic. He finally reaches the girl, just a bit earlier than the zero-pointer itself. Frantically, he lifts what he can off of her. But he's already tired, his breathing is already labored, and as muscular and strong as he is, he can't lift enough, not in time. Turning around, he saw the zero-pointer looming threateningly over them. Izuku murmurs. The brown-haired girl's facial expression seems to mirror those words. We're doomed. The brown-haired girl breathes out defeatedly, then starts coughing. You ran without thinking. That might sound reckless, but you ran because you saw someone in danger. You didn't even think of yourself. If anything, that's heroic. That's what All Might had said to him that fateful day where he'd saved Kakin. Now it was time to save someone else. He knew it was a gamble. The last time he'd tried this he'd passed out, but he's stronger now. Overusing his quirk is never a good idea. His breathing is already labored. There's no guarantee he'll be able to withstand this plan. But it wasn't time to think of himself, it was time to be a hero. To think of who needed saving. Izuku's gray tank top turned purple with orange outlines and his joggers turns plain white, a creamy shade. As for Izuku himself, his eyes turned a pinkish red, shining like rubies. And his hair turned a sandy blonde. And then his body grew. His height rising, body expanding, mirroring the young, famous hero, MD Lady. Izuku felt dizzy with his head up high, not used to the altitude. Izuku stilled himself, gaining balance, and then he found himself face to face with the zero-pointer. Izuku raised his arm for a punch, but the zero-pointer caught his arm. Raising his other arm, the zero-pointer caught it also. Izuku's moves may have seemed stupid and predictable, but it was exactly what he had planned. Two of his fists enclosed in the zero-pointer's palms. Izuku's plan was to overpower it. Izuku pushed forward, moving his body forward with his fists. Taking step after step forward. The zero-pointer tried to push back, but Izuku was taller. Izuku then put a leg in between the zero-pointer's legs, hooked it around the back of its knees and pushed, the large robot falling backwards, causing more destruction as it fell down. But no destruction to the students or the brown-haired girl. Izuku allowed himself to smile, to let out a loud, long, happy laugh. And then he began falling. His body had shrunk mid-air and his appearance had returned to normal. And he was falling at speeds too great for him to survive without a few broken bones. This is gonna hurt, he thought, bracing himself. The only thing that hurt as he neared the ground, though, was the slap on his face he got from the girl he'd just saved. His body hovered above the ground. Oh God, you're a lifesaver, Izuku said breathlessly. But the girl hadn't heard him, for she had passed out and he'd then fallen flat on the ground. Getting up, he found himself looking at a crowd of other competitors. Clapping, applauding. Why were they clapping? In joy for the test finally being over? No, they were clapping for him. Some were impressed. Some were showing respect. Some were showing admiration. Some were people he had saved before in the test. Some were clapping just because everybody else was. After helping the unconscious brown-haired girl out of the rubble, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her bridal style. He managed a shy smile at the people who had crowded around him. Some of them were whistling now as they watched him with the girl. Then a short woman hobbled along and pushed everyone out of the way, walking up to Izuku. Omigashino yuri recoveragirl the healing hirikani have a urotograph dash. The girl, hand her over, thank you, recovery girl said. Izuku approached the woman and allowed her to place a kiss on the girl's head. Immediately, the girl's broken leg was fixed and she began returning to consciousness. By now, the crowd of students had disappeared. I think she can walk now, ladies man, recovery girl said with a smile. Izuku's face turned a little pink in embarrassment, but the girl in his arms' face was completely red and she began sputtering incoherent words. Izuku put the girl down gently, allowing her to stand. He watched recovery girl's form disappear and thought happily about how if he did get into UA, he would be going to school that had pro heroes for staff members. He was drawn out of his thoughts by a bubbly, feminine voice. Thank you for saving me. Izuku turned his head to his right and down, coming face to face with the brown-haired girl he'd saved. No problem. Besides, you saved me too, so we're even. The girl looked at him, blush returning to her face. Wow, he's so handsome and tall and lean and muscular and dash. Izuku broke her internal swooning by speaking up. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Would you mind if I asked what your quirk is? It seems really cool. Is it some sort of floating quirk? Telekinesis? Not exactly. My name is Ochako Uraraka and my quirk is zero gravity manipulation. And yours? Whoa, a gravity quirk? That's so cool. I've never met someone with one before. Those must be rare. How would Dash? Halfway into his mumbling, he realized that she had also asked him a question and blushed in embarrassment. Oh, my quirk is called mirror match. It's a bit hard to explain, but put simply, it allows me to look similar to someone and copy their quirk. Copy their quirk? Do mine, do mine. Uraraka said brightly as they walked out of the UA gates and out onto the street. I'm sorry, I think I've overused my quirk too much today, Izuku sighed. No problem. You'll just have to show me when we both get into the hero course, Uraraka grinned. When not we both. You sound so sure of yourself and me as well, Izuku said. Well duh. You have such a good quirk and you seem hardworking. With the way you took down that zero-pointer, I'm sure the other robots were a piece of cake, Uraraka said, imitating a boxer and doing little punching motions. Izuku spoke with a bright smile. Well, in that case, I hope we end up in the same class. That's the spirit, Uraraka said, throwing a fist into the air. Izuku chuckled and then Kami's words from earlier came to mind. Was she cute? You should ask for her number. Well, she seemed like she'd make a good friend, so why not have her number? Here goes. Nothing. Hey, could I maybe get your number? Izuku asked. The girl in front of him blushed furiously, and before he could get out a string of apologies that would probably sound like, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, I shouldn't have asked. It's fine, you don't have to give me your number. Again, I'm so sorry. The girl spoke. Why is sure? They exchanged numbers and Izuku went home, smiling at the prospect of having a new, real friend. Then Izuku came to the realization that all his real friends were female and the rest always left him. I really need to get some male friends, he thought to himself. But still, no matter the gender, a friend was a friend, and he was glad he could proudly say he had two. Kami and Uraraka. Back in the teacher's lounge. Did he just dash? Destroy the zero-pointer dash. And walk away unscathed. Midnight, Ectoplasm and Vlad King said, finishing each other's sentence. Nizu clasped his paws together like an evil mastermind. I haven't seen a zero-pointer defeated since. Nizu turned to look at All Might. All Might nodded, puffing his chest out proudly. He's going to be in my class, Aizawa said abruptly. Vlad King immediately shot Aizawa a glare. That's not fair. You can get the blonde version of him from ground. Aizawa replied in a monotone voice. What was his name again? Monoma? Aizu. It's here. Inko said, rushing into the living room with an envelope. Your UA acceptance letter, it's here. Izuku jumped up from the couch and took it from her hands. Inko made to leave the room. Where are you going? Inko turned around. Oh, I just figured you wanted some privacy, you know? Nope. Me and you are in this together, Mom. Izuku said, patting the seat beside him on the couch. Inko burst out in tears. I'm so happy, Izuku. Let's not celebrate yet. We don't know if I passed or not, Izuku said, trying to keep a straight face. His nervousness was hidden on his face but evident in his shaking hands as he carefully peeled open the envelope. A bright light appeared and then in front of them was a hologram? I am here, in the form of a projection. The projection of All Might bellowed. In the background of the video somebody could be heard saying, I can't believe he's doing that for every single student. Does he have a script? Another voice asked, or is he just that extra? All Might ignored them and continued, Young Midoriya. I bet you're wondering why I'm here. Izuku nodded but then realized that All Might couldn't actually see him. Well, you see, I wanted to surprise you. I'm working at UA this year. What? Why does he want to surprise you? Inko's questions fell on deaf ears as Izuku was too captivated by All Might. Now on to more important news. Your test results, All Might said. Izuku was on the edge of his seat, as was his mother. On the written exam you passed with flying colors. Landing 100 and tying with Bakugou Katsuki, Shinsu Hitoshi, Mineta Minoru and Shiozaki Ibara. Izuku's face split into a grin and his mother's tears ran even faster. Though passing the written exam, as I'm sure you know, is only enough to get you into Gen ED. Those aiming for the hero course must succeed in the practical exam also. Izuku gripped the edge of his couch tightly as he stared at the envelope sitting on the coffee table in front of him. Looking back up at the projection of All Might, it spoke, "You achieved a whooping 43 points on the practical exam." Izuku almost broke into a victory dance but was stopped when he heard All Might's next words, "But there was more to the exam." Izuku froze in horror. There was more to the exam? What could he have possibly missed? Those 43 points were merely your villain points. But being a hero isn't just about defeating villains, it's about saving people. A few clips played of Izuku saving people and then one of him defeating the zero-pointer to save Uraraka. Ha! How impressive! Can I let you in on a little secret? The last person to defeat a zero-pointer was yours truly. Izuku gasped and Inko covered her mouth with her hand to muffle her joyful crying. You got 75 rescue points, bringing your practical exam total to 118 points. A leaderboard was displayed with Izuku's name in the number 1 spot. Finally, tears came out of Izuku's eyes as he realized he had really did it, he had won. Inko was shaking him violently, crying, "My baby is going to be a hero." Izuku said nothing, he knew deep down he had passed, but having it be confirmed, having it be official. That he had passed and not just that, was in the number 1 spot, right above Bakugou with 83 points. He was shocked. He couldn't move or speak, just let his mother shake him from side to side. Just before the recording ended, All Might had something to say. That being said, "My boy, welcome to your hero academia." So now here he was, wandering the large halls of UA, cluelessly searches for the class labeled 1A. Not looking where he's going, he bumps into somebody and they both fall in a heap on the ground, Izuku at the bottom. He lets out a groan and then a sigh of relief as the body on top of him gets up. Rolling over onto his back, Izuku looks up at the figure, one slightly shorter than him at exactly 5 feet 7 inches with curly red hair. The boy offers out a hand to Izuku, one he takes. "Sorry about that. I wasn't really looking where I was going." The boy scratched the back of his neck and smiled. "My name's Kirishima." Izuku dusts off his clothes and adjusts his poorly done tie, then holds out a hand for Kirishima to shake. "My name's Midoriya." Kirishima shakes his hand and then looks at him long and hard. Feeling a little uneasy under Kirishima's gaze, Izuku clears his throat. "Oh, sorry for staring. You just look really familiar," Kirishima says, squinting at Izuku. "Maybe I just have one of those faces? I've been told I'm rather plain looking." Izuku shrugged. "No way. Your green hair is really cool and you've got freckles," Kirishima chuckles. "Wait. I know you." "You do?" Midoriya asks. "Well, not personally. But you're that boy from the sludge monster incident," Kirishima says, pointing at him excitedly. "Yeah, that's me. Wanna be friends?" Midoriya asks. Kirishima slings an arm around Izuku's shoulder. "Do I want to be friends? Is they even a question? Dude, you're like totally awesome. You inspired me to become a hero." "Wait, really?" Izuku asks, feeling giddy. He'd inspired people, not just All Might, but he'd actually inspired people to take action, to be heroes. "Yeah. With your awesome speech. You really put those heroes in their place. It was so manly," Kirishima said, pulling up a video and shoving it in Izuku's face. "Yak now, Midoriya, you've grown. You used to be short and skinny, but now you're tall and built. How did you grow in such little time? You must have worked hard. That's super manly." "Thank you." Izuku smiled brightly. "Kiri?" a voice asked. Both Midoriya and Kirishima turned around to find a pink-skinned girl with fluffy hair. "Mina," Kirishima said. "In the flesh." "Hey, who's your new friend?" Mina said. "My name is Midoriya Izuku," Midoriya said. "Are you in our class?" "Woneth?" Mina asked. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. Well then hurry up, we're gonna be late. Mina said, racing down the hallway, Midoriya and Kirishima frantically following her as she leads the way. As they approached the door, they could already hear commotion. Could you please get your feet off of the table? It is disrespectful and not at all what you would expect from a heroic student, especially at a school prestigious as UA, a stern voice said. Midoriya groaned as he recognized the voice as the one belonging to the strict boy from the exam. Why don't you take that stick out your butt, huh? A lazy voice replied. Midoriya groaned again as he pushed open the door, as he recognized that second voice all too well. I'm sorry, why don't we start again? My name is Tenya Ida and I'm from Somei Junior High, the boy bowed. Somei, huh? So you're an elitist? Bakugou smirked just as the door opened. Some people looked up at the door briefly before returning to their conversations. Bakugou wasn't one of those people. DKU. What are you doing here? I thought I told you not to come to you. Bakugou shouted. The whole class turned to look at the argument. A girl with earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes covered her ears. Can we argue later? I'm busy trying to get an education, Midoriya said, finding the seat with his name on it, which just happened to be behind Bakugou. No, we'll argue now. Bakugou continued. What's your problem? A boy with a lisp and purple ball for hair asked. So not manly, Kirishima said. Bakugou ignored them. Come on, let's argue then. Bakugou said, pouncing on Izuku's desk. I'm busy, rain check. Izuku grinned. A boy with a lighting bolt in his hair and boy with tap in his elbows both began laughing at the scene in front of them. Meanwhile, a girl with a long ponytail commented with no lack of distaste on the blonde boy's feral behavior. What a mad banquet of darkness, somebody else commented. Rain check my butt. I'm free on Tuesday after school. Udium Deku. If Tuesday isn't good we can reschedule. Does Friday work? Erg. At that moment, a short girl with brown hair and a pink blush pranced into the room. Hi Midoriya. Midoriya waved at her. Hey Uraraka. Don't ignore me dash. What the hell? Midoriya asked to nobody in particular. Everyone followed Midoriya's gaze to a yellow caterpillar. It took all of you about 10 minutes to notice me. Awareness of your surroundings is key if you want to be a hero. And if you're here to socialize then get out. I'm your homeroom teacher Aizawa Shoyuda. Now put on your gym clothes and head to the grounds. As quickly as possible, the students hurried to put on their gym clothes and were out on the grounds. Their impression of their teacher, Aizawa, was of someone who didn't mess around and didn't like wasting time. They didn't want to get on his bad side, certainly not this early on in the school year. Even Bakugou, who has had no problems disrespecting his teachers in the past, seems to have at least some iota of respect for the man he's just met. The class stood lined up in front of Aizawa in silence. We are here because we'll be conducting a quirk apprehension test, Aizawa announced. Izuku couldn't help but think he looked a little familiar. Sir, aren't we supposed to go to some assembly thingy with all the other classes? Uraraka chirped. We are not like other classes, so no. UA gives me the freedom to run my class as I like, and I've decided that the assembly is a waste of time that can be better used to assess your quirks, so I know what I'm working with, Aizawa replied, not giving anyone else time to speak. He cut in. Problem child, what was your best score in the softball throw in middle school? Somehow, Midoriya knew he was the one being addressed. Problem child? Ignoring his question, Aizawa spoke again. Step into the circle. Midoriya stepped into the circle as was told. My best score was 36 meters. Now stay in the circle and throw the ball. Use your quirk, anything goes so long as you remain in the circle, Aizawa said. Midoriya thought for a moment about what quirk would be useful for such a task. Looking around at his fellow students, he realized he didn't know most of their quirks yet, but then his eyes landed on Uraraka. She has the perfect quirk for this. He raised his eyebrows at her, silently asking for permission. She blushed a little at him looking at her but then quickly nodded. Midoriya smiled and took the ball from his teacher's hand. His hair and eyes turned brown. He did the 5-point activation then extended his arm backwards. After that, he simply let go of the ball with a smirk on his face as his hair turned back to normal and the ball kept on flying. Gasps and shouts were heard as the class watched the ball move higher and higher, never stopping. Aizawa turned back to the class to show the number displayed. Infinity. Oh, that's so cool. Infinity? That has to be impossible. Dude, what's your quirk? Why'd your hair change though? That's so manly. Aizawa held his hand up to quiet them down. You will each complete the tasks in whichever way you see fit. You will be assigned a rank at the end. This is going to be so fun. Mina hollered. Aizawa immediately scowled. Fun? You think being a hero is fun? Was your plan to spend the next 3 years goofing off? How's this for fun? Whoever scores last in the rankings will be expelled. Reactions were mixed. Some people held determined faces, liking the idea of a challenge. Some glared at the pink-haired girl who'd prompted Aizawa to make such a decision. Some whimpered and shook. Others' jaws dropped. They couldn't believe their teacher would do such a thing. And then there was a girl with a long, black ponytail who didn't seem to care at all. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Everybody performing as expected, with Ida in first place and Midoriya in second, having copied his quirk. Next was the grip strength test, wherein the ponytailed girl placed first and Midoriya had tried to copy her quirk but didn't understand how it worked, so in the end, relied on his own strength, which landed him in fourth place behind some boy with multiple arms and one with big lips. The standing long jump was one where most students excelled. Uraraka, Bakugou and many others cleared the pit. Midoriya chose to copy Uraraka's quirk again. The fourth event was side-stepping, in which the grape-headed boy didn't place dead last for once as he bounced from side to side. Initially, Midoriya was going to copy him since he placed first, but the idea of having ball on his head was not at all appealing and Midoriya valued his dignity. So instead, he again mirrored Ida and came third. The next was the ball throw, in which Midoriya and Uraraka were tied. Afterwards was a flexibility test in which a girl with a frog quirk came first. Behind her was Midoriya. He had chosen not copy anyone's quirk because he was flexible enough as is. It was a close one though, and they almost tied. Then they did push-ups. Soon the only remaining people were Bakugou and Midoriya. Bakugou, not hesitating to waste his breath on insults, some Deku. Spoiler alert. He did indeed lose to some Deku. The last event was the endurance run. This time, the last students were the ponytailed girl, Yaoyorozu Momo, Ida and Midoriya. Momo rode around the track on a motorized bike, Ida using his engines, and Midoriya, eventually getting too tired of copying Ida, resorted to just using his own normal legs. Surprisingly, Ida dropped out first because he ran out of juice. Afterwards, Midoriya dropped out and the last one was Momo. When the scores were revealed, Midoriya was pleased to see his name in first place, a few places higher than Bakugou. Aerg, Deku. You cheater, you can't use other people's quirks. Bakugou lunged at Midoriya but was held back by gray capture strings. Midoriya and Bakugou turned to see Aizawa, eyes glowing red and hair flowing. Wait a minute. You're Eraserhead, the erasure hero. Midoriya fanboyed. Aizawa looked a little surprised, and also a little pleased, that he'd been recognized. Though the entire point of being an underground hero was to avoid attention, it was nice to be recognized once in a while. It took a while, but Aizawa eventually noticed a short, purple-headed boy sobbing. About the expulsion thing, the boy looked up at Aizawa. It was a logical ruse. Nobody's getting expelled. The class's jaws dropped, some even looked annoyed at being tricked. The boy quickly stopped crying as Momo spoke up. Wait, you guys didn't realize that? I guess I should have said something. Half the class turned to her and shouted in unison, yeah, you should have. It was Izuku's second day of UA, and to be honest, he was quite disappointed, but not surprised, that he found himself sitting through normal lessons like English and maths. Obviously, it was unrealistic to hope they'd jump into heroics right away and only learn heroics. The other subjects were important too, even if they were boring. But finally, he was sitting in his classroom, awaiting for the arrival of his mystery teacher. Nobody knew who their teacher was, probably another pro hero like the rest of the staff cohort. But that begs the question, which pro hero? Izuku's mind was just racing with the different possibilities. Which one, which one, which one? Which pro hero? Which? I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. How had it completely slipped Izuku's mind that All Might worked here now, like he actually, physically, literally worked here at UA, the school he attends? Despite having met the man on numerous occasions, Izuku couldn't deny still being starstruck by him and his over-the-top entrance. And it seems that he wasn't the only one starstruck. It's All Might. Incredible. I can't believe he's really gonna teach us. Whoa, is that his Silver Age costume? I'm getting goosebumps. Strolling boisterously to the teacher's podium, All Might placed his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest, signature grin already on his face. Basic hero training. This is a class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. The class sat on the edge of their seats, waiting on his next words eagerly. So today's activity is battle training. They broke out in cheers and hollers, Izuku smiling softly and Bakugou grinning devilishly, popping a few sparks from his hands. But All Might wasn't done yet, and for that, you all need to look the part. Pointing a remote the classroom's side wall, he pressed a button that revealed several columns of lockers, extending outwards with a mechanical hum. Each locker had a number label that corresponded with the student's seating plan. These are all designed for you based on your Quirk registration forms and the special requests you sent in before school started. All right. Costumes. The class cheered. Now go get changed and proceed to ground beta. All Might instructed. He didn't have to tell them twice. The class rushed into the changing rooms, eager to see and wear their outfits Oswell to participate in a lesson run by All Might. Izuku walked out of the changing rooms decked in green, white and a bit of black and red. His costume was made of a flexible material, so he could put his gymnastics to good use, but wasn't exactly body right. He had a utility belt, currently holding nothing but his extendable bow staff. His red trainers had hard soles, made specially for shock absorption but also to make jumps higher. His gloves had a sliding mechanism that he could pull to decide whether the gloves would be fingerless or not. After all, he may someday have to use a quirk that requires skin contact, and his fingers would be the easiest way to accomplish that. Instead of the bunny hood that he had designed, he found that he had a normal hood but decided that it was probably more practical anyways. The hood was actually pretty large, when pulled over his head covered past his forehead and right above his eyebrows. Even though it was containing his unruly hair, the hood was left empty by his head because it was just that large. But Izuku kinda liked it. It was comfortable and felt a little badass. He also had a mask sitting on his collarbone. It would keep out toxic gases. It also had a couple of knobs for different purposes. Purpose 1 was to silence his voice so that when he was mumbling nobody could hear him, except his goggles. But we'll get to that later. Purpose 2 was to have his voice only audible to people he was speaking to through communicators. They would respond through his hearing device, attached to the goggles, which we will get to. Purpose 3 was to just speak out loud normally, so anyone could hear him. His goggles were so much better than what he has in mind, but hey, he's not complaining. He had asked for smart goggles. What he had meant were goggles that could zoom in and out as well as record footage and take pictures. But he'd gotten so much more. He could look at pre-recorded photos and videos at any time through the goggles. He couldn't wait to upload photos of his notebooks to them. Having all that information on hand in a battle? He was sure to be unstoppable. Furthermore, for some reason he had access to information he wasn't sure he was allowed to legally. If he wanted, he could look at a person and his goggles would display all knowledge he had inputted into the device or knowledge that had been inputted into the legal system. This meant date of birth, age, legal guardians, quirks, and so much more. It would be useful when fighting villains. Many of them were still in the legal system. If he could figure out their identities, it would certainly make taking them down a lot easier. The goggles also allowed for night and infrared vision. His goggles were tinted yellow and were big like visors. They were voice-activated and had a hearing device, communicator, attached at the temple tip of the goggles by the ear. Izuku pulled his mask up and on, then his hood, and adjusted his goggles. Promptly heading out to ground beta. "Oh, is that you, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked upon seeing him. He nodded and jogged over to her. "Hi, Uraraka. I like your costume." "You do?" she asked, blush deepening as she fiddled with her costume. Pinching it and pulling it and letting it slap back on her skin. I don't know, it seems a little too skin tight to me. I guess I should have been more specific in my design, she sighed. But it makes it easier to move around, no? I think your costume is just fine. You've got that whole astronaut vibe going on, Izuku chuckled. That's what I was going for and dash. Uraraka looked at Izuku's costume again, but properly this time. Your costume is super cool. It makes you look really scary. Scary? Izuku screeched, holding his head in his arms. That's not what I was going for at all. I want to be comforting when I save people. But it's a good thing because you intimidate the villains. With the hood, the goggles, the mask. I think it makes you look intimidating. She sent him finger guns and grinned. And hot, she added on in her head. Oh, Mito bro. Your costume is totally badass. A curly, red-haired boy said, walking over and giving Midoriya a pat on the back. Midoriya blinked twice at the nickname he'd acquired despite knowing the boy for all of 2 days. But it was kind of heartwarming, making a good friend so soon. Midoriya smiled. Thanks, Kairish. It only felt right to give him a nickname in return. Kiri bro? Kirishima grinned widely. I love that nickname, Mito bro. Midoriya chuckled as Kirishima put his arm around his shoulder. Around them, everybody was making conversation until All Might cut them off. Now that we're all here and in our hero gear, that rhymed. Anyways, you guys already look like real heroes, so now it's time to play the part, for some of you at least. You see, in this battle training, half of you will be assigned the role of hero whilst the other half plays villain. All Might, sir, isn't it a little inappropriate of hero students to play villains? A stern voice asked. It's just a scenario, young Ida. Don't read into it too much, All Might said. Ida bowed. Understood, sir. My apologies for interrupting, sir. Midoriya had to muster up all his self-control as to not send Ida a dirty look. I guess Bakugou was right. That guy really does need to pull that stick out of his butt. Now where was I? Yes, you will be divided into pairs. Team hero and team villain. The villains will be protecting a bomb in the building and have 5 minutes to set up and come up with a plan. After that, the heroes will enter and try to deactivate the bomb, which actually means touching it. If the hero team secures the bomb, they win. But if they don't by the time the timer is up, the villains win. Another way to win is to capture both members of the opposing team by wrapping tape around them. All Might, would my own tape count? Zero asked. All Might was silent for a few minutes. I'm afraid not, young Zero. You'll have to apply the capture tape after using your own. Zero nodded. So now for picking pairs dash. I'm gonna work solo. Could I also work alone? Mito bro. Wanna team up? Can I team up with one of the girls? Specifically Momo, her boo dash. The teams, All Might cut off all chatter, will be selected randomly. But All Might, sir, surely it would be beneficial to work with people we are well acquainted with, more comfortable with. It would allow us to work better in a team and make a plan dash. Well, Ida, Midoriya couldn't keep the sneer out of his voice. When you actually become a hero, you can't just pick and choose. Sometimes at the last minute additions or changes are made to a team. You will have to work with new people all the time. The class seemed a bit taken back by the hint of venom in Midoriya's tone, as they'd all known him to be a kind person. What exactly had Ida done to warrant such behavior from the class's sunshine boy? Then again, the classes only known each other for 2 days, so they didn't really know Midoriya at all. It could be normally behavior for him. Oh, I see, that makes sense, Midoriya. Thank you, Ida bowed. Midoriya didn't reply. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. All Might coughed. Well, in that case, let's pick teams? Whilst the teams were selected, Midoriya used his goggles to record everyone so he could use their appearances for reference in his fight, should he find himself needing to mirror their quirks. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Midoriya sighed, looking down at a little piece of paper with the letter on it, as he realized just who his partner was. The first match went by fairly quickly. Team F, Kaminari and Mina, easily overpowered villain Team B. Kaminari electrocuted Shoji and Mina slid circles around Ojiro, dizzying him and distracting him from Kaminari, who was walking up to the bomb dumbly with his thumbs up saying, "We." He hit the bomb head first because he wasn't watching where he was going, but either way, it was a win. In the second match, the villain team won instead, consisting of Uraraka and Azui, Team E versus Team C, Sato and Mineta. Though they did get caught in a few of Mineta's sticky ball, something that would serve as fuel for their nightmares for years, Mineta easily got distracted and tried to touch Azui. She grabbed him by the tongue and flung him out of the window, earning a high five from Uraraka. After that, they captured Sato. In the next match, the villains, Team I, effortlessly beat Team H. It was Koda and Hagakure versus Jairu and Todoroki. Jairu had offered to use earphone jack to track their opponent's whereabouts so that they could sneak attack together, but Todoroki replied with a mere shake of his head and then iced the whole building. Even standing from the outside, Jairu was shivering, her teeth chattering. She could only wonder how well Koda and Hagakure were faring. She was also miffed that she hadn't even won. Todoroki had, not her. She didn't get to do anything. The villains also won the next match, though it was a close call. Team J, Momo and Shiro, versus Team G, Tokoyami and Kirishima. Momo had set up many elaborate traps in the 5 minutes her and Shiro had to prepare. Dark Shadow had easily taken out many of the traps. Kirishima got caught in a few but used his hardening to get out. Problem was, a lot of their time had been wasted with these traps. When they finally got to the bomb, Momo would create objects for Shiro to swing at Kirishima. Then she herself would take on Dark Shadow, with nothing but a staff and a flashlight. Somehow, though, Dark Shadow overpowered her and captured her with the tape. Shiro and Kirishima were still battling it out, giving Tokoyami and Dark Shadow a clear path to the bomb. And just before the timer counted its last second, Tokoyami had touched the bomb. And yet, Team Villain had still won. Simply because the real bomb was hidden on a different floor. The final match would be between Bakugou, Ida, Aoyama and Midoriya. Team A versus Team D. Team A were the villains. So, what's the plan? Mon Ami, Aoyama said, sparkling. You guard the bomb disco ball. Bakugou cracked his knuckles. I've sheet up. Wait, wouldn't it make more sense for us to dash? Start. Bakugou zoomed off, using his explosions to propel him. Aoyama sighed and laid the back of his hand flat against his forehead as he sighed dramatically, Mon Dieu! Midoriya. I'm so glad we were placed on the team dash. Feeling isn't mutual, Izuku mumbled, going unheard by Ida as he continued his rant with chopping motions. As we are quite compatible. With my speed and your ability to copy any quirk, even mine. We're unstoppable. We will be the greatest heroes. Izuku wasn't even listening to him. He had tuned out the boy to focus on creating a plan that required hearing Ida's voice as little as possible. Kidding? Kind of? Maybe Izuku was being a little too harsh. But when you've been practically bullied by everyone your entire life, you no longer have tolerance for people belittling you. And whenever Ida spoke so far, it had always been in a condescending tone. Like that time he called him out in front of everyone in the entrance exams. However, you in the back. Why would you disrupt the students here by answering to a clearly rhetorical question? And why have you been mumbling ever since you got here? Are you not taking this seriously? Or the time he accused him of distracting Uraraka, you're not taking this seriously at all. You were about to go bother that girl who is clearly trying to focus on this exam unlike you. This is unbecoming. All things considered, the boy just gave off an air of superiority. Midoriya? Midoriya? An arm was being waved frantically in front of Izuku's face. Izuku blinked and zoned back in. Yes, Ida? Ida spoke. Are you ignoring me? I get the feeling you don't like me very much. Izuku gave him a deadpan look and Ida stiffened, body completely, unnaturally, rigid. Then he bowed at an exact 90-degree angle. I apologize for however I may have wronged you, Midoriya. I feel as though I may have come off a bit condescending to you, but I must assure you that that has never been my intention. So again, I'm sorry if I have offended you. I will be more watchful of my words in the future. I hope this doesn't jeopardize our ability to function as a team and be civil as classmates. Perhaps we could even start anew and become friends. Ida stood straight up again. Izuku blinked a few times in surprise. Maybe he'd misjudged him. Oh. Izuku felt guilty now. Assuming people are looking down on me, what am I, Bakugou? Izuku shuddered at the mental image of him acting like Bakugou. He shook his head rapidly to get rid of the though. Every assumption he made about Ida was educated and logical though wrong. But Ida was offering him a chance to start anew, and he'd be dead if he missed out on the opportunity to make another good friend. Well, in such case, I apologize for being passive-aggressive toward you. I'd love to be friends. Izuku gave his signature blinding smile. Start. Wait a minute, we don't have a plan. Ida panicked. Izuku handed Ida an earpiece. I have a plan, I'll tell you it as we make our way through the building, conquer and divide. Ida nodded as they entered the building. Izuku walked through the building, eyes flicking around anxiously, awaiting Bakugou's fated arrival. His mask was on mode 2, which meant that only Ida could hear him through the communicators. Don't worry about Bakugou, he's not your problem. Even if Bakugou comes across you, he'll ignore you in favor of chasing me. In the rare event that he does come after you though, alert me. Now, I've scanned the blueprints and there are only 3 rooms the bomb could actually fit in. My guess is that the bomb is in the 4th room on the very top floor. If it's not there, you can try the 3rd floor, 3rd room, or the 6th room. You speak of Bakugou as if he is the only issue. What if Aoyama comes after you with Bakugou and they ambush you? Aoyama and Bakugou ambush me? Together? Bakugou doesn't do teamwork. Trust me, that's not going to be a problem. If so, what if Aoyama comes after me? He won't, because you're going after him. Izuku began to explain his plan to Ida. So, who do you think is gonna win? Mineta asked. I think Midoriya will win. Uraraka said, smiling. A few agreement went around. Midobro has got this in the bag. Kirishima said, fist pumping the air. I agree. I believe that with Midoriya's uncanny ability to copy anybody's quirk, he can counter Bakugou and Aoyama. Unless they ambush him and don't give him enough time to switch, then he will win. Not to mention, with Ida's speed, acquiring the bomb should be no problem, Momo said. A very astute observation, All Might said. Momo blushed under the praise. Izuku switched his mask to mode 3, allowing him to speak aloud. He began mumbling about random things, mumbling even louder than usual. For a couple of seconds, all that could be heard was Izuku's mumbling and then the explosions. Bingo! Izuku thought as he smirked underneath the mask. Right into my trap, you remain predictable as ever, Bakugou. Speaking of predictable, Bakugou came swinging at him, with a right hook. The move Bakugou used at the beginning of all his fights, something Izuku was too familiar with considering he was often on the receiving end. Izuku caught Bakugou's fist in his hand, prepared. He'd had fights with Bakugou before, but those were different. Those were on middle school grounds, they had limits. Here, they had permission. You always start with a right hook, Izuku said, and then Bakugou twisted his arm a bit and threw him into the wall. Izuku twisted a knob on his goggles and displayed to his eyes only was a short video recording of Denki Kaminari. Turning around, Izuku's eyes blazed with hunger. This fight would be fun. I don't know how many volts this is, but it's probably gonna hurt. Izuku said as his hair turned yellow with a black lightning bolt in it. His eyes also turned yellow and his clothing changed to match Kaminari's color scheme. Meanwhile, in the viewing area, the original yellow-haired boy with a black lightning streak shrieked in surprise as he saw Izuku mirroring him. Is that me? Bakugou fell backwards from the shock and spasmed on the floor for a bit. Izuku was immediately on him, pinning him down with a knee pressed onto his back. You think you're hot shit, don't you, Deku? Bakugou said breathlessly as Izuku took tape out of his pocket. That stupid hood won't hide you from me, little Green Riding Hood. Maybe I should put this tape on your mouth first, Izuku responded, his hair now green again. Bakugou in a sudden burst of energy rolled over and crushed Izuku into the ground. They tussled for a bit, rolling over around the floor, stray explosions being released. Even Izuku released an explosion, right in Bakugou's face as well, claiming, How'd you like a taste of your own medicine? Bakugou growled and grabbed the tape out of Izuku's hands and exploded it. He then used a couple of explosions to right himself into a standing position. Izuku sprung up immediately and was in a fighting stance. "You're pathetic, Deku," Bakugou spat. Izuku wiped his bleeding nose and grinned. Bakugou knew he was grinning despite the mask on his face, simply because of the mischievous gleam the green eyes held, and it infuriated Bakugou to no end. "Listen. Stop holding back on me, you have your little upgraded quirk now. So give me a fight that's worth it." Bakugou yelled. "I'll do what I like. I'm not your little beach anymore, Katsuki," Izuku said, kicking Bakugou in the shin. "Oh, he's got jokes now." Bakugou shoved Izuku harshly and then delivered a punch to his jaw. Izuku realized he might not win this fight. Not if Bakugou is hitting him so fast that he doesn't have time to think. But that's okay. The plan wasn't to win. It was to distract. Ida went over the plan again in his head as he approached the fourth room of the top floor where Izuku had predicted the bomb would be. He recalled his conversation with Izuku over the communicators. "Catch him off guard. You're fast, a surprise attack should be no problem. Aoyama may be a little eccentric in his own world. I don't mean this offensively. But either way, I've got to give Aoyama credit. He's not the brightest, but he still knows what he's doing. He's going to protect Thay Bomb the best he can. You just have to be better." "What exactly does that mean, Izuku?" "Aoyama's biggest weakness is his stamina. He will not let you near that bomb with his blasts, so wear him out first. Dodge all of his long-ranged attacks, only then can you secure the bomb. And Bakugou? He'll come after me first. I'll keep him occupied." "Come on, Kaken, your mother punches you harder than that." Izuku laughed. He was enjoying this a little too much. But who wouldn't enjoy getting to torment their tormentor? Bakugou let out a feral growl as he tried to tackle Izuku. Izuku knew he shouldn't have mentioned that, but he had to get Bakugou angry for his plan to work. If he could get Bakugou angry, angrier than usual of course, then his movements would get sloppy, careless. He'd become even more predictable. Easy to defeat, a liability. Bakugou lunged for Izuku, only to pass through his body. Had Izuku mirrored some sort of intangibility quirk? No, that wouldn't make sense. His appearance was exactly the same. Unless... Bakugou caught himself before falling over and turned around to see Izuku approaching him with fawn hair and brown eyes. Tape in his hands ready to capture Bakugou. "You took my tape, you demon nerd." Bakugou yelled. "No. That's not how a villain works, Aoyama. Are you not taking this exercise seriously?" Ida made chopping motions. The first part of the plan was fulfilled. Ida had wore Aoyama out. The only issue was Ida's incessant desire for perfection. A villain laughs raucously, not poshly. "You're not even monologuing right. You can't randomly switch languages. Not only is that grammatically incorrect, but it's dash." "Merci, mon ami," Aoyama smiled, flashing his sparkling teeth. "I don't know what that means." "It means thank you," Aoyama replied. "You're welcome, but for what am I being thanked?" Ida bowed. "For giving me enough time to recharge my energy. To let off one last attack before the timer is up," Aoyama smirked. Ida paled visibly, seemingly having forgotten about the actual exercise. He couldn't let Midoriya down. He couldn't let All Might down. He had to prove himself and win this exercise. Ida zoomed forward but was blasted back by Aoyama. Just at that moment, a large explosion was let off and the building shook, conveniently throwing Ida's body forwards, and he began zooming towards the bomb. Aoyama, too sick in the stomach and too concerned with whatever the hell that explosion was, did nothing to prevent him. Instead, he pretended to faint. And then he actually fainted. "So let me get this straight," Aizawa said, pinching the bridge of his nose and looking down at his student. "You thought it would be a good idea to collect your sweat in that large gauntlet and ignite it in a building in your classmate's face." He dodged, Bakugou shrugged. "Yeah, barely," Aizawa grimaced. "I'm never letting All Might teach my class again, at least, not unsupervised." "So what's the issue then, teach?" Aizawa's eyes momentarily flashed red in anger and Bakugou gulped. "Okay, I may have taken it a bit too far, but I knew that Deku Midoriya could handle it," Bakugou said, looking anywhere but his teacher's eyes. "I've decided that you will be going to therapy with our counselor, Hound Dog, during your free PRDS." Bakugou opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by Aizawa's threatening glare. It's mandatory. You go to therapy or you get expelled and never become a hero, Aizawa said. What? I don't need therapy. What do you take me for, who? I'm not mental dash. Watch your next words carefully or you'll be expelled right here, right now, Aizawa said curtly. Bakugou frowned. I can show you where Hound Dog's office is dash. I don't need your help. And there's no way you can force me into FING therapy, Bakugou said through gritted teeth and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Aizawa rolled his eyes at Bakugou's antics and then sent a quick text to Hound Dog. Yeah. Bakugou will be there in his next free PRD. There was ringing in his ears as he slowly returned to consciousness. The darkness of his eyelids fading away as he opened his eyes, becoming overwhelmed with the light that was the world. He squinted and rubbed at his eyes before fully opening them. Taking in his surroundings, he realized he was in the nurse's office, made clear by Recovery Girl standing off in a corner doing her own thing. How did Izuku get here? His body ached and vague memories blurred through Izuku's mind, playing like a movie. Izuku couldn't remember properly, things were a little hazy. All he knows is that he and Ito were against Bakugou and Aoyama and Bakugou almost tried to kill him. At least that's what it seemed like from his point of view. Izuku couldn't really remember what went down but luckily, his costume goggles would have recorded everything if, of course, they hadn't gotten exploded by Bakugou. Nearer to the end of the battle was where Izuku's memories really fuzzed. Because of that he had one burning question. Later, Recovery Girl would tell the staff room of his first words upon waking up in major pain and confusion. Did we win?